Agency Negotiator, Marina Station Development, under negotiation, price and terms of sale of property. We'll have a conference with our labor negotiator, Dr. Nunez, our agency negotiator for California School Employees Association, Monterey Bay Teachers Association, and unrepresented employees. We will talk about public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and complaint. And we will also talk about public employee performance evaluation, the superintendent's evaluation. Public comment on closed session items. This is an opportunity for the public to make comments regarding any closed session item within the board subject matter jurisdiction. When the president of the board recognizes a member of the public for oral comments, such comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there any public comment on closed session items? Seeing nobody in person. There's a hand. There it is. Carla Lobo, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm here to comment on item D, the superintendent's performance evaluation. Currently, there is no standardized or publicly available evaluation framework for this role. There are no clear performance markers, no defined scope, no accessible data that allows the community to understand how performance is measured or what outcomes are being achieved. This is especially concerning given that this is a six-figure position in corporate America and comparable public sector leadership roles. Composition at this level requires rigorous data-driven evaluation and close scrutiny. There should be no difference here. These evaluations occur in closed session with no meaningful report back to the public. Later this evening, the board will receive a presentation on the district's financial stability, which is a core responsibility for this leadership role. Yet the community has little insight into how financial stewardship is evaluated as part of the superintendent's performance or how leadership decisions have balanced the district's financial challenges. For this process to be equitable and accountable, there must be a standardized evaluation frame with transparency proportionally to the level of compensation. I respectfully ask that the community feedback be formally included as part of the superintendent's evaluation framework so that this input can be considered, discussed, and evaluated during closed session. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on closed session items? Okay. Seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you. We're going to start with Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody please stand. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Vice President, is there a report from closed session?
Nothing to report.
Thank you very much. High school representatives reports. We will start with Central Coast High School.
Good evening. While I know I'm not a student, I'm Sam Pereira, the assistant principal at the amazing Central Coast High School. Our student couldn't make it tonight, and this was the second time, and so we couldn't go another board meeting without presenting the amazing things that are happening over at Central Coast. So, good evening, board president, board members, Dr. Diffenbaugh. This is what's been happening at Central Coast over the past several weeks. Our youth truth data has shown positive growth across the board. We're most proud of our high ratings on student perceptions of safety, students who state they try their best in school, and students feeling as though they are treated with respect by adults. While we know there's still a lot of work to do, we're excited to see that the hard work of our students and staff is being recognized. Our community school coordinator is hard at work. She brought an engaging HVAC presentation on Monday, February 2nd. Students used switchboards and created various conditions for heating and cooling. And this is the first step in the training for HVAC certification. Students will be studying for a baseline certification coming up. We're excited to announce that 4 of our students that participated in the paid Monterey Plaza Hotel internship, including our board rep, Christian Martinez, were hired as permanent employees. So 4 out of our 5 students, that was very exciting. Our English multilingual learner students are hard at work taking the LPAC assessment this week and in the coming weeks. They continue testing this week, and we wish them the best of luck. We're looking forward to seeing a lot of positive results. Almost 100% of our students have taken the reading portion of the STAR Renaissance test. We'll be using the results to support students in their journey, in their growth in literacy. Last Friday, we hosted our PBIS Tier 1 school-wide assembly. Students were recognized for perfect and most improved attendance, as well as other categories. After the assembly, students used their points on the Minga app at our Minga store, where they purchase things like chips and little squishies and things like that. So it's a popular event at our site. To update you all on some of the things happening in our CTE programming, Central Coast students continue to work in classrooms in our education pathway at Delray Woods and Ord Terrace elementary schools, and they're there twice a week. We're looking forward to round 2 of our Monterey Plaza Hotel internships. And our culinary class worked through their pasta unit by making homemade noodles and sauces, and now they're working on making different varieties of rice, and they made sushi today, which was really impressive. Thank you all very much for your kind attention, and go Wildcats!
Great, thank you. Okay, now we'll move Marina High School.
Good evening, Board President, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Diffenbaugh. These are the events of record at Marina High School as of February 10th, 2026. Starting on the 13th, we'll be kicking off Spirit Week leading up to our Sadie Hawkins dance. Each day will be full of fun themes and chances to show your school spirit. The dance will be from 6 to 9 p.m. We'll be selling fruit cups and refreshing agua fresca, and since it's close to Valentine's Day, we will also be selling roses. Senior nights. On Wednesday, our girls basketball team will have its senior night. Thursday will be for girls soccer, and Friday will be for our boys basketball team. This year, after the first semester ended, our school gave out awards to students who earned a certain GPA. This year was especially exciting because we had the largest group of freshmen ever receive these awards, showing how hard they have been working. We have an exciting rally coming up this week, and it's something you definitely don't want to miss. Our winter sports teams will be walking out with posters showing their pride, school spirit, and all the hard work they've put into this season. It's going to be super fun and full of energy as we cheer them on together. Plus, we'll be revealing the prom theme, so everyone will finally find out what this year's prom is going to be like. Get ready for music, excitement, and lots of school spirit. Make sure you're there to support our teams and be part of our awesome moment. Cadet Corps. Some of our cadets will be attending Cadet Corps leadership training in Greenfields on the 14th and 15th. And it's a great opportunity for them to grow and improve their leadership skills. They'll be learning how to work as a team, build confidence, and become stronger leaders. We're proud of them for stepping up and taking part in this amazing experience. This concludes today's board report, and thank you for your time. And go Mariners!
Thank you. Now Seaside High School. There's three of them.
Good evening, Dr. Diffenbaugh, President Jennings, and the MPUSD Board. We hope everyone had a wonderful day today. My name is Sofia Villanueva, and I am this year's junior class representative. Currently, my favorite thing about Seaside High is the opportunities our school offers students to learn to be leaders and to explore new experiences through clubs in our CTE classes. Now, to begin our report. On January 21st, our school hosted an all-elective fair during our flex time. All class electives had a table in our Greek with different activities that students could participate in and bring attention to the many electives and CTE classes that we offer at our school. Other organizations and programs such as Palenque Arts and the Pebble Beach Golf Range offered applications for internships and job opportunities. Special thank you to the MPUSD Board and the school district for organizing this year's HBCU event. We had several Seaside High seniors attend the event and are excited to announce that many of our students were offered either partial or full ride scholarships, including our BSU club president, Nathaniel Bell, one of our senior class reps, Callie Lewis, and our ASB treasurer, Jahida Woods. Congrats to the seniors that responded to these scholarships, and we're so happy for your success.
Good evening, Dr. Diffenbaugh, President Jennings, and the MPUSD Board. My name is Giselle Luna. I am this year's junior class rep. Currently, my favorite thing about Seaside High is being in leadership and working with my fellow junior classmates to plan prom. This is the second part of our recap of amazing things that have taken place over the past 2 weeks. GSA, Week of Love, Spirit Week, Sophia, our GSA club, is hosting a Week of Love event starting today and ending on Friday. Week of Love is celebrating of our community, highlighting special friendships, relationships, and other loved ones. GSA is putting on a week-long series of events that take place during lunch times, such as rubber duck hunt, Valentine cards, bracelet making, and more. Wrapping up winter sports this week by celebrating our senior athletes, we will have multiple senior nights, starting with girls soccer tonight, girls basketball tomorrow night, and wrestling. Varsity cheer, boys basketball, and boys soccer on Friday. Each senior night will feature senior walkouts and festive decorations. Our goal is to pack the stands by offering free entry to all of the senior nights for Seaside students.
Hello, good evening, MPUSD Board. My name is Andy Aquino. I am this year's junior class president. Currently, my favorite thing about Seaside High is the events our junior class is planning this year, and as a result, we are bonding with each other and other students in our leadership class. This is the third part of our recap of the amazing things that have been taking place in our school over the past 2 weeks. Earlier today, our Associated Student Body Officers presented our application for National Student Council Gold status to Principal Aguiniga. The presentation highlighted the leadership initiatives, student engagement efforts, and programs our council has implemented this year as we pursue national recognition for the first time. Our Black Joy event will take place February 17th. They will have activities during flex time to celebrate culture and to bring community together. On the 17th, the Black Joy event will take place at Seaside High from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. During this event, there will be live music, Black-owned businesses, and food trucks. Marina and Monterey BSU will be attending as well. The event is intended to spotlight our Black-owned businesses such as Side Effects, John Wick Candles, and Chillin' and Grillin'. This concludes the summary of all the great things that have been happening recently at Seaside High and the amazing things that are to come. Thank you for your time, and this concludes our board report. And remember, Go Spartans!
Excellent, thank you. And Monterey High.
Good evening, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, President Jennings, and esteemed board members. Thank you for having me back here, and here are some of the following happenings at Monterey High School. So this week is our Valentine's Spirit Week with dress-up days and activities at lunch, culminating with our Day of Love craft festival on Friday. Come out and support our student crafters. Spring sports also started last week, and we saw a ton of student athletes try out and begin the new season. Winter sports senior nights are happening this week with boys basketball tonight, girls soccer tomorrow, boys soccer on Thursday, and girls basketball on Friday. We look forward to a positive end to the winter season with CCS playoffs for many of our teams coming up around the corner. The Monterey High players concluded the student-directed production of The Murder Mystery and Then There Were None last weekend, and it was a huge hit. Student director Sophia Rutschau did a fantastic job, and the actors all kept the audience guessing on who done it. Last weekend, a group of teachers led by Mr. Peterson took a team of Monterey High School students to the California We the People competition in Sacramento, which is a civics competition for high school students across the state. We placed 6th in the state, and we are hoping to place top 3 next year so we can move on to the national competition. Additionally, our mock trial team, led by Miss Ahrensdorf, has been competing at the Monterey County mock trial competitions at the Monterey Courthouse this past week. Our prosecution and defense teams have put an incredible amount of hours for this competition and have done extremely well. So far, Viviana Dirksen, Elizabeth Tinoco, and Lizette Ingve have earned special recognition for their performances. Our final trial is tonight, where our defense takes on Palma's prosecution. Lastly, the Golden Folk Benefit Concert is happening on February 22nd at the Golden State Theater. This is the second year we will be hosting the concert, and if it is anywhere near the success and fun of last year, you are in for a great time. Proceeds from this concert go toward our music program, Thank You Dr. Tun and Chuck Fleming, which is truly becoming a powerhouse. It is an exciting time to be a Toreador. That's all for this week. We hope everyone has a great week. And go Doors!
Okay, thank you all for coming and giving us your reports. We'll now move to public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the Board of Education on matters within the jurisdiction of the board, but not on this agenda, may do so during public comment for up to 3 minutes. I almost blew that one. 3 minutes. Each agenda item is limited to 20 minutes, except public comment items 6A, 6B, and 6C, unless the time limit is extended by the vote of the Board of Education. Public comment on specific agenda items are heard under that item. We will start with student public comments. Are there any student public comments on non-agenda items? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to all public comment. Any public comment on non-agenda items?
So she's here to talk about Mrs. Garcia, the Marina school psychologist.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Miley Kerr. I'm a freshman at Marina High School. I've been going to see Mrs. Garcia for a while now regarding a situation between me and a girl and her mom, which really took a toll on my mental health. It was a really bad situation, and I felt like no one was on my side, and no one believed my side, except for Mrs. Garcia. I was really stressed and having a lot of anxiety about it. I went to Mrs. Garcia on numerous occasions to talk about it or to help to to get help talking to admin about it. I'm not that good about talking about my feelings to people, but I trust Mrs. Garcia. She has helped me and my mom get our concerns addressed to admin without being shut down. I've also gone to her for other things. I really want her to stay at the school because she's the only one I feel comfortable with talking to. I've tried going to the therapist and never heard back from them. When I heard about there was a chance that she'd be leaving, I was really upset. If she does leave, I don't know what I'll do because I don't feel comfortable talking to anyone else at the school. Thank you for your time and consideration. Miley Care, student.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I'm slightly dyslexic, so if I stutter, I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Nina Kerr, and I'm the parent of a high school student at Marina High School. I'm speaking tonight to share how important Mrs. Garcia has been for my daughter's well-being. After a traumatic event at school, my daughter began seeing Mrs. Garcia regularly, sometimes once a week, sometimes more, depending on what she needed. That support has been essential for her ability to cope and continue at school. Mrs. Garcia is the only adult my daughter consistently feels safe with. She's learning how to talk about her feelings, express herself, and slowly heal from the trauma she experienced, all because Mrs. Garcia is there when she needs her. Mrs. Garcia is professional, compassionate, and consistent, and deeply dedicated to her students' mental health. I trust her completely to act in my daughter's best interest, and I know she does the same for all of her students. I respectfully ask the board to consider the critical role she plays in my daughter's safety, healing, and emotional stability. Removing her would be deeply disruptive to the students who rely on her care. Thank you for listening and considering my perspective as a parent.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. We'll go online to Carla Lobo. Go ahead.
Thank you. Though I'm not going to make specific comments now with regards to 7B, I will reserve my specific comments on that plan itself for that time. But tonight I want to focus on a critical process issue. The materials necessary to evaluate whether that option presented are truly in the best interest of our district were never provided in a response to my public records request. The lack of transparency has obstructed my ability and that of the public to compare the plan's objectives and recommendations to the actual financial data, including salaries and administrative expenditures. Without this information, the community cannot meaningfully assess the plan, nor can we ensure that decisions are equitable, responsible, or aligned with district mission. Furthermore, I want to call attention now to the educators and classified staff in this room. Remember that you supported the superintendent and district when there was a threat of a charter district was being considered under the promise that protecting enrollment would protect classrooms and staff. Now the same district and superintendent have turned their backs, placing staff and students in the position of absorbing cuts first. That is a serious breach of trust and demonstrates a troubling lack of accountability. We know that the cuts should start at the top part, not the bottom. While I will provide my full comments on the plan itself during the agenda item, I urge the board to reflect on the implications of obstructing access to necessary information and the impact this approach of that plan has on those who carry out the essential work of educating and supporting our students. Transparency and accountability must come first. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Any other public comment, either online or in person?
Good evening, board members. Earlier this school year, our music program director was put on leave due to an altercation with a student. Ever since then, the students of the music department have had many substitutes and have yet to have a permanent music director. We come today in hopes to bring attention to the needs of our band students, as many have lost motivations and have had to give up their opportunities to learn how to play music and had to get rid of their opportunities to perform for their senior year. We just wanted to bring attention to that. Thank you. We yield our time.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? All right, we'll close that and move to public agency communications. Is there any public agency communication? All right, we'll close that. We'll move to presentation recognitions, military liaison superintendent report. Status from the military liaison. It's my understanding we don't have a report from the military liaison. So then we will receive information on the draft fiscal stabilization plan. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. President. Attached to the agenda tonight is the presentation that was given at the last board meeting, and we did that because while some people were here last time, others were not, and we wanted to make sure that they had the full context and draft plan. But tonight, what we are planning to do is to give you an update based on some of the questions that were asked last time to be able to provide follow-up information. So if you go to the next slide. We'll give an overview, again, just briefly touching upon the need and timeline. And then Mr. Everett's going to speak in detail about the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, or CYBHI. That was something that came up last time, and the board requested for further information. Ms. Rivera will then talk about an overview of school psychologist staffing, which was, again, something that came up last time. And then I'll give an update just on some of the common areas of feedback that we've received to date, as we've had a few board meetings as well as some online town hall meetings. So just want to talk briefly to give a reminder about the timeline. We're here on the 10th. Tomorrow, the 11th, we have an in-person community engagement, and then the timeline is to bring back an updated plan to the board by February 24th. In terms of why we're here, I won't go into great detail, although online, as well as archived video, people can get information. But essentially, we have three corresponding factors that together are creating a situation for a need for a fiscal stabilization plan. So one is expiring COVID relief funding, the money that was given by the state and the federal government in response to a once-in-a-generation pandemic. That money has now been exhausted or expired in terms of the timeline that was given to spend the money. Two, declining enrollment in California. Your funding is based on your average daily attendance. So as your enrollment goes down or as your attendance suffers, then your funding goes down. And then finally, cost escalation, as we've seen across the board cost escalation, but as I mentioned last time, specifically with our special education number of students now being served and the lack of funding from the state and federal government to fund those costs necessitates a contribution from the general fund to cover those expenses. So put those three things together and you have a situation faced across the state by many districts, including our own, and a need for a plan to move forward. So with that introduction, I'll turn this over to Mr. Everett to go over the CYBHI and to give you more information that was requested at the last board meeting.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Jennings, Board of Trustees. As Dr. Diffenbaugh said, I'm here to present an overview of the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, otherwise known as CYBHI. My plan this evening is to cover general what is CYBHI, overview of the rollout with our district in this initiative, some information on current revenue, as well as some of the projection challenges, and to cover some of the services, oversight, and relation tonight. So what is the CYBHI? Oh, CYBHI, in short, was a very large initiative that the state of California began investing in 2021. This is a very unique initiative in that the main focus around this was to enable private insurance companies to reimburse for mental health services with school districts. So services that were provided within school districts and other LEAs that fall under the fee schedule, which I'll talk about in a moment, would be able to be reimbursed through this initiative. So this set districts in a very interesting and a great place to be able to recover services that students are being provided at no cost to families. No cost at all, no impact to families with insurance. It just allows for the recovery of insurance. I'll mention that for several years, we've been able to bill for services with students who are Medi-Cal eligible. This is through the LEA billing. It's something that we've been doing for a number of years. What CYBHI does, it allows for private insurance to bill. That's the main difference and component of this. So some of the key features around this is that the state mandates Medi-Cal and commercial plans are required to reimburse at specific rates. So under the CYBHI, there is a fee schedule that is specific to services, and within those services, based on time, is a very specific rate. So school districts and LEAs know that whatever the services are based on that time frame can to know what those reimbursable costs are. The state launched it by cohort. So in 2024, the first cohort of LEAs in the state launched in the first, then the second cohort followed by, we ended up landing in cohort 3, and we began our implementation of this in January of 2025. We partnered with Healthy Campus, which I'll talk more about. Healthy Campus was a partner that we utilized to assist us with the billing platform and associated services along with this. So some of the key components of Healthy Campus is that they support our operation and revenue goals. So they do a lot of the oversight of ensuring that the right systems are in place, the platform's in place. They built the platform that we are currently using based on school providers, and also help us in maximizing our reimbursements and reducing administrative load on the district, ensuring that the information that we have that we're submitting is meeting the qualifications and needs in order for us to be billed back by insurance companies. We received a planning grant at the beginning of our implementation, which has assisted us in covering the partnership costs with Healthy Campus. So this was through a grant that we were able to fund this platform and the cost of this. I wanted to mention that Healthy Campus is also the partner for the Monterey County Consortium. So every school district in Monterey County, other than ourselves, are a part of a consortium, which means that they partnered together with Monterey County Office of Education, and Healthy Campus is the third party that is also being utilized. We decided to go on our own on this, believing that we already had an infrastructure in place and that we would be able to move more quickly in this process. But just wanted to highlight that Healthy Campus is also utilized by the county. A little bit of a timeline in terms of the Healthy Campus rollout. So we began interfacing with version 1 of the Healthy Campus platform in August of 2025. We were able to back bill for services all the way back starting January 1st of 2025. That version allowed us to begin the back billing, but version 2 that Healthy Campus developed was a lot more encompassing of what we needed and was a lot more user-friendly. And so we began to train and interface on the version 2 of the platform beginning September of 2025 and are currently using the version 2 platform. All of our mental health therapists, school social workers, and family services specialists are using the platform and have been using the platform since the rollout of version 2. I just want to acknowledge that with the development of a new platform, there have been a number of technical issues that we are addressing on a day-to-day basis. We've been able to address many of those technical issues up to date, but there are still concerns and questions that come up on the technical end, and so we are in communication with Healthy Campus on a daily basis to ensure that we have what we need in order to provide the information into the platform and Healthy Campus be able to submit those for billing in the state, which I'll talk about. Wanted to also mention that as we began interfacing with the Healthy Campus platforms, we have continued to see an increase in submissions. And I really want to just highlight the work of our mental health staff for taking initiative and working with a platform that has not been very easy to work with, but have really been spearheading a lot of just ensuring that it's user-friendly, that they're able to utilize it in a way that is not taking up a lot of their time, and that we can get the most from it. Want to also mention, as part of the CYBHI initiative, one thing that the state added was what's called a certified wellness coach. And what this allowed was for non-credentialed or licensed staff who provide social emotional services to students to be acknowledged as a provider in order to bill services. So currently we have 26 wellness coaches certified within our district. That includes our family services specialists as well as school counselors. We've also added our interns that we have supporting. We have 5 CSUMB school site-based social work interns, 1 marriage and family therapist intern, and 2 collaborative health and human service CSUMB interns that's located at our Family Resource Center, all of which are certified wellness coaches and are allowed to also bill for services and providing that they're providing to students as well. Next slide. Okay, so really quick on just our current progress and next steps. I mentioned that all of our mental health therapists, school social workers, family service specialists have been utilizing the platform. We are continuing to address some of the technical issues. There have been a lot of the technical issues addressed, but we still are working closely with Healthy Campus. We are looking for the next school year to expand our billable services to other providers in our district, which includes school counselors, school psychologists, and other classifications that would be under wellness coaches. I want to mention that we currently have 6 school counselors and 2 school psychologists who are piloting this program right now, which is giving us feedback in terms of their usage of the platform so that we can better understand in relation to their work and interaction with it, so we can begin to put supports in place in the hopes that we would expand this out moving forward into the next school year. When we began implementation of this, we knew it was really important to set a kind of a ground level of expectations around this and wanted to have consistency. And so in working with our team, we've set some target goals in relation to the services that are provided, as well as with our CYBHI billing, wanting to make sure that no matter what, we're serving our students the highest quality and highest level of service that we possibly can in our district. I also want to mention that we are serving students no matter if they're eligible for CYBHI or not. We're continuing to serve our students, but we are utilizing this revenue generator provided by the state in order for us to receive some offset of costs for these services. We've set an expected target of 4 hours on average per day of services, and this includes everything from individual, group, check-ins. There's a number of different services that would fall under the fee schedule, and feeling like setting a goal across the board of the 4 hours of billable services was a good starting point for us to be able to set consistently. Documentation within 72 hours. We have a lot of support, and we are learning as we're working with our mental health staff and making sure that barriers are removed and that support is provided so that they are able to meet this goal. There is weekly supervision and monthly support provided as well. Our mental health clinicians are working on a weekly basis, both individual and group sessions, to ensure that there's constant support in relation to the implementation of this, as well as consultation and support in regarding to meeting the needs of students. Billing efficiency, in short, this is an opportunity for us to be able to set a goal with services that are provided at the highest amount that we could receive back. So for an individual service, there's different costs based on the time frame that they're meeting with individual students. So the efficiency goal is just for us to be able to set a goal of providing the services at the highest level that is billable back, and making sure that that information is provided in there. Again, just to provide the high quality services to our students, as well as recover back those the reimbursements that is available to us. So I wanted to just mention again, I have a link here to the fee schedule. I'm not going to click on the link. It's a very exhaustive list of services, but each service that is provided through CYBHI is tied to a specific service on the fee schedule that's already been set out by the state. And so as our staff is providing direct services to students and inputting that information into the platform, it is aligned with a specific service that's already acknowledged within the fee schedule. That fee schedule allows us to know exactly what the amount is that we can expect to be reimbursed on that. If you'll notice in the right-hand portion of the slide, I wanted to provide a little bit of data on our claims submitted in our reimbursement. So from January 2025 through the end of January 2026, we have submitted 9,290 claims. I want to just highlight, I know we have many of our mental health staff here in the room with us and online, and I just want to highlight our team. It is an incredible, they've done an incredible job with a huge initiative like this and really working on the implementation of this. We actually, MPUSD has been recognized as one of the top 3 school districts in California for billing of services, which is remarkable in that we were cohort 3 and one of the newer cohorts to enter into this initiative. So far, again, as at the end of January 2026, we have been reimbursed $170,657. That is what we've received back to our district in reimbursements. We are still pending approximately $539,101. This is what we're expecting to receive a reimbursement, and it's approximate because it has not been reimbursed, there are some components that may differ on this. For example, insurance information may not be up to date, so claims can't be processed, as well as the claims that are submitted may be denied due to missing information and so forth. So that is our expectation, or we anticipate, if all of the rest of our claims are submitted and approved, which brings us to an approximate total reimbursement expected, again, as the end of January, around $709,758. So I wanted to mention some of the projection challenges on this. And given that this is a new initiative, there have been some challenges, not on our end, but really on the end from the state level. So Carillon is the name of the third party, which the state has worked with to ensure that as claims are submitted from LEAs, Carillon handles those claims that are submitted and works with the insurance companies to ensure that LEAs are reimbursed back on those claims. The state billing and revenue has been very slow. As you can see, we've only received back about 25% of what we're expecting to receive back based on what we have currently submitted. We've also know that I mentioned about the technical challenges with Healthy Campus. So working with Healthy Campus as the platform has been built has also played a factor into some of the projection challenges with some of the technical issues. As well as denials, we don't know until it's submitted and we hear back if there are denials to the claims that we submit. So that's always something that we are responding to. If we do receive denials, working with Healthy Campus to identify what we missed, what else needs to be added, and then those are resubmitted as well after we can correct those submissions. Insurance collection and accuracy is an incredibly important part of this. And without insurance information, we are unable to bill for services. And so we have really proud of the work we've done. We have actually incorporated within our online registration system as a required field of asking for insurance information. Our communications team has been partnering with us to communicate out to our community as to why we're asking for insurance information, to make sure our families know that this does not have an impact to them at all. There is no additional cost at all to this, but this allows us to be able to be reimbursed back for services through the state. We currently, I believe, have been able to get about 90% of our students' insurance information through our process, which is pretty remarkable. And we are still working very closely with our IT team as well on the online registration system and continuing to communicate out the reasons why we're asking for insurance, which has really been a big help in gathering this really important information. And so where we've come, really just want to, and hearing all of this, and this was a very short version to a very complex initiative, wanted to also just highlight really where we've come in regards to the mental health services and why we felt like we were able to move forward with this. And I will say that we are moving a lot faster than the state is on this, and a lot faster even than our partners creating the platform. And but the reason why is because of the great work that we have of really building up a strong mental health support system that has allowed us to do that. And I just wanted to highlight in terms of before I even got here, prior to 2014, there was 2 family service specialists and 5 contracted staff that were here. And as you can see over the years, we've been able to really build a career pathway where today we have 26 social, emotional, mental health support staff serving preschool all the way through 12th grade. And every single one of our staff have been really instrumental in engaging with this initiative and working with this. And it's showing, as you can see by our submissions, that our students are being served in our school sites. Go to the next slide. So really want to, again, in relation to CYBHI, this is not an exhaustive list by any means, but wanted to just highlight the roles and responsibilities that our mental health staff carry, much of which on here are services that can be reimbursed through CYBHI, but there's also services on here that are not eligible for billing. And so when we think about the services that are provided to students, there are many that are, but there's also much involvement within the school site that doesn't really reflected within the fee schedule. And so when you think about CYBHI was not built and intended to be a fully sustaining initiative. This was really to be able to offset significant costs for LEAs to sustain mental health support systems, but not to fully fund the mental health support structures that are in place. And as you can see, our staff do many things that are even outside the CYBHI billing that meet the needs of our students, and especially in regards to the systems that are built and the involvement in creation and implementation of systems at our sites. And finally, this evening, I wanted to also highlight, it would behoove me not to mention about our mental health clinicians. They are a significant component of our mental health support structure. And so just wanted to highlight the work that our mental health clinicians do. We have 2 mental health clinicians in our district. And in addition to providing that direct services and support and required supervision that many of our staff need in order to get the hours to pursue their professional goals of getting licensure, there's a lot of district-wide work that they do, and one of the big pieces is the CYBHI. There is a lot of oversight and a lot of time that goes into this, working directly with our Healthy Campus partners, training our staff in the platform, working with those that are piloting the system alongside them to ensure that they're learning the system and learning from them on how that interaction goes, working directly with the state in terms of our build services and ensuring that we have the information that we need from them, as well as providing them the information and being a voice to the challenge that it is about the work that goes into billing and the lack of response with the reimbursements that we're having. And I mentioned supporting our school counselors and school psychologists who are currently piloting the platform, and hopefully in the future we'll be able to begin interacting with this platform in the work that they're doing. Also providing risk and assessments oversight and training. This is really huge in ensuring that across our system that we are responding to the high needs circumstances. So both from a risk assessment, for students who potentially have voiced or harming themselves, to threat assessments where there's threats of harming others. We have a very comprehensive process of gathering information through our assessments, and our clinicians work very closely and collaboratively with our school-based staff to ensure that those are being followed, as well as when in the event we go to a level 2, which is a very high need situation of a potential threat to another student or another individual, the participation in those level 2 threat assessments, as well as our suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention oversight training, ensuring that we are continuing to provide information and ensure that we are providing the right supports, responding to the needs of our students in regards to suicide prevention. As mentioned before, we are looking at reducing our MCBH contract for our students on IEPs that receive required services. So historically, we have utilized and referred students with required services within their IEP to MCBH for those services. We are looking to reduce MCBH and internally be able to take on our students with our own staff to meet those required minutes and those required services. And that takes a lot of oversight in ensuring that they're working with IEP teams and case managers and school psychologists and other special ed staff to ensure that those services are being met and that those required minutes are being accomplished. Our LGBTQ plus supports, again, they play a very vital role in just ensuring that our supports at our school sites are there regarding our LGBTQ plus supports, whether it be through the GSA clubs, responding to questions that come up, and just ensuring that we are responsive to the needs of our students. PBIS coaching, training, substance use, all of these are incredibly important areas, as well as providing direct services to our highest need students in the district. Again, not an exhaustive list, but wanted to just highlight as them as being another part of the team when it comes to supporting this and engaging along with CYBHI. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Rivera. Oh, right behind me.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Everett. So last board meeting, you had questions? Sorry. So sorry. Some questions were brought up regarding school psychologists, and so what I ended up doing was just providing a slide that looks at the history of our school psychs over the last number of years. And so that's what's in front of you. In 2018-19, the district had about 10 and a half school psychologists, where we served 23 different campuses, or really assignments. This includes our Birth to 5 program, our Birth to 3 program, as well as our private schools, adult transition, as well as the campuses that were open during that time. As you can see, that was a fairly steady number. We added 2 here and there as we went through. In the 23-24, we had some maternity leave coverage, and then also that was a response to some increased mental health funding and supports for our students. So we were able to increase our psychs at that time. This current school year, all right, take that back. We increased the psychs, but then we closed campuses down. We closed 4 campuses at that time, but we still increased our coverage. This current school year, 25-26, we have 20.6 school psychologists. We had 21. We just had 1 resign to move out of the area, but we are still at 19 assignments. And so with the proposal, we're looking at reducing down to 15. Again, that number isn't confirmed, but I'm just running off some general projections, and that's looking at that, we'd be able to still provide that coverage. It's still higher than where we were several years ago, but obviously not as high as this year. An outlier for this year also is we had 2 additional positions for maternity coverage. It's hard to find part-time school psychologists in the mid-year, and we want to maintain that consistency, and so we knew ahead of time, and we're able to plan with our staff to add those 2 to cover those maternity outages. Next. Then we look at what's necessary, and so everything in special education is connected to compliance, state and federal timelines, and just standards of providing services, ensuring IEP meetings and whatnot. And so this is just, again, not an exhaustive list, but definitely a list of saying we need to just make sure we're streamlined and what we're doing that is essential to keep the district compliant and our students receiving the services that they're entitled to on their IEPs. Everything is IEP driven. And so the services would need to be maintained based on their student need and what's been offered by the IEP team. What that means is that non-mandated activities will likely be impacted. Things like informal consultation may not be as prevalent at some of our sites as compared to what it is now when we have 1 psychologist on each of our campuses. With the projected numbers, most of our campuses would still have 1-to-1 psychs on their campus. Right now, we're looking at 3 or 4 school psychs that might have to split between just 2 campuses. And the way that I'm looking at that to project moving into next year would be looking at the caseloads, how much counseling is being done, what's the level of programming on those campuses. For example, our military-heavy connected campuses have a lot of assessments that happen in certain points of the year. That's unique to those campuses versus a campus that's not as military impacted. But then they have trade-offs. There's higher programs at other campuses and what that might look like. So nothing is apples to apples, but when we look at what's asked of us in the law to make sure state and federal compliance, that's what you see on the list, and that's what we'll make sure we're doing.
All right, thank you. So I wanted to address just some of the common questions and concerns through the community engagement to date. But before I do, I just want to acknowledge, as I did during the past presentation that this is a challenging process. It's about trade-offs between multiple good things that we do. And there's no way around making cuts of this scale without having some type of impact. And so, you know, these will have an impact. But I think if you look at the plan, we still will be able to maintain services to students, whether that be mental health, whether that be in our community liaisons, whether that be the supervisory assistants. It may be not as comprehensive as we currently do, but maintaining those essential services. So some of the common concerns are that as you heard tonight and in the past meeting, as well as our community meetings, about the impact of proposed reductions for mental health staff. And that while the proposal calls for moving to pre-COVID times, as was mentioned at last board meeting, that the students are still challenged with many of the aspects post-COVID that they were during COVID, and that we've seen increased needs across the board. So that's one of the concerns, and though we will still be able to provide at every site access to mental health therapists and still be able to manage and support crisis situations, the breadth of number of students would be impacted with the proposed fiscal stabilization plan. So that's one of the main concerns. Another which has been brought up is around the proportion of management reductions and wanting to see you know, the cuts happen you know, in management. A few things I want to address there is many of the management positions that we added are at the site level. So if you talk about assistant principals, instruction innovation specialists, community schools coordinators, deans of students, those are all considered management positions, but those are all site-based positions. In terms of district office or non-site-based positions, over the last 3 years, we have been steadily reducing those positions as we've cut other positions as well over the last three years. So in the last 3 years, we've cut a behavior coordinator, a coordinator social emotional support, family and engagement coordinator, behavior program manager for special ed, a program manager for special ed, a director English learners, a coordinator for student support services, 2 administrators on special assignment. And those duties have had to be shouldered or picked up by other positions, but I wanted to reference that those are positions that have been reduced as we've been preparing for a time when COVID money went away. Another concern is around losing supervisory assistant hours, and particularly around cuts to the lowest paid employees, which are some of our supervisory assistants. And that's certainly a concern that we take to heart. In terms of the supervisory assistant plan for the hours, would be to go back to a ratio model where if you have more students, then you would have more supervisory assistant hours. If you had less students, you'd have less. And that was kind of the way we did it pre-COVID. Once COVID came, if you remember, there was a time in the beginning where you really had to separate groups of students from each other, and so we added supervisory assistants across the board. But that certainly is something that would be impacted by this plan. Some other questions that came up was around an early retirement incentive. We did look at this, determined that we didn't feel like it would save the district a significant amount of money through implementation. Usually early retirement incentive, if we've done in the past, pays someone like 70% of their salary to retire early. But we've changed the way that we recruit, where we have now honor years for our certificated staff, where a new person coming in, even if they've worked 20 plus years, would be honored every year of that. So it's a little bit different than before. And if you look at the number of people of kind of close to retirement age, didn't feel confident that we would get those numbers in order to make it financially feasible to do something like that. Additionally, was a number of questions in our virtual town halls around bumping and what does that mean. I've held multiple positions within the district and trying to discuss that is really dependent on the individual, but it's very clearly laid out in the collective bargaining agreements, and we've really assured our employees that were they to be impacted, then we would go to the collective bargaining agreement that really outlines it step by step and follow that process. So that's a concern, but we're confident that the process that is outlined in our collective bargaining agreement would be followed in those cases. Finally, one that's not on this bullet, but it has been expressed, is kind of the around cutting furthest away from the school site. And certainly that's something that we take into account in this plan. The challenge is, if you look back on the PowerPoint that I presented last time, is where we added with the COVID funds overwhelmingly was at the school site. And we added very few positions that were not school site based. And so when it comes to reductions, it's very hard to look at reductions at the scale that you need without looking at some of those positions that were added as part of that. So finally, I just want to emphasize again to the board, just as a reminder, this fiscal stabilization plan is around current expenditures. It doesn't take into account future expenditures or future agreements that are made. It's really a current plan. We believe that while the plan will have an impact and is not ideal, that we are faced as a district, like many districts across California, with the conditions where not acting is really just kicking the can down the road, which then will force even tougher and more dramatic cuts in the future. So we want to be proactive, but we certainly value the feedback that we've gotten to date. We have more opportunities for feedback coming tomorrow, as well as in the future board meetings tonight and the next board meeting. So we definitely are listening and plan to continue to listen, and want to acknowledge just how difficult and challenging making these types of trade-offs are, given that our people make the biggest impact, and cutting at this, when 85% of your budget is towards people, is hard to do without having some sort of impact, which is challenging. So with that, we'll take questions or comments from the board.
Okay, board, are there questions or comments for the superintendent? Go ahead, Mr. Sanders.
So democracy can be burdensome, but we are 7, superintendent is 1, and they are many. And I'm wondering, is there a reason why we cannot come up with scenarios that provide the needed budget cuts? Whether it's staff or service reductions, distribute them among staff for sort of a ranked choice, and receive a report that distills your input. Because if cuts have to be made, cuts have to be made. But I don't know how it can fall to us to make those choices when we aren't the ones doing the work on the ground. We will if we absolutely have to. I personally don't have enough information. So I'm just wondering where do we get the right information? For where we can afford from a fiscal perspective or from a service perspective to make cuts. So that's just an idea that's crossed my mind in the last 15 minutes. But I'm wondering, is there a reason why we can't do that? Whether it's time or administrative burden or otherwise, and I'm not sure either of those would be a great excuse.
Yeah, so we can do any type of process that the board would like to get the information needed to make the decision. We are bound by timelines in Ed Code to make cuts, so folks need to be notified by March 15th. So that was kind of backwards mapping from that, was why we set the second meeting in February as the date, because then that allows, once that decision is made, that allows HR to go through the bumping process and to determine who is in fact impacted at the end of the day and make sure that they get a legal notification prior. But in terms of the type of, process or whatnot, as long as we are hitting that timeline, then, whatever process is ultimately decided, we can do.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, to be very clear, we get recommendations from committees, we get recommendations from the 7-Eleven committee, for instance. That's kind of the basis that's informing my thinking here, but, we would have to ultimately make the choice but I would love to have more information about how these will ripple through our schools, these cuts, whichever cuts we end up making. Because I think at our last meeting, I made a request for alternative scenarios, and I just don't see any yet. And hopefully, and I understand time is a factor in generating the information, but that's just something that I still would like to see, and I'm sure, well, it makes sense to me that others might want to see it too.
Okay. Good. Okay. Mr. Uchida, anything? Anything?
First, want to thank the presentation, especially in regards to the slide of what we are mandated to save to make sure we meet the needs of our students, especially under special ed, and knowing that there is a high increase starting since kindergarten of this year and up of a lot of families and students that are now needing more special ed services. So trying to maintain that balance of how can we make sure we're reaching all of our students and still being able to be fiscally responsible and approve our budget. I know we have the next item is going to be the stabilization plan, and I think that might provide some more details for me as well. I know we have a March 15th deadline now, and just seeing how are we going to make sure that we could move swiftly in regards to making the request from my fellow board member, which I would like to support, but also being mindful of how that can happen in a most supportive way amongst our school sites and having folks fill that out. So that way we can kind of come back, look at some different plans and other options too, right? Seeing what we have in different departments. I know that we're obviously must be considering our vacancy positions as well and those higher non-reelect positions, but that probably will not fill in the amount of money we do need to be able to pass this budget on. So just really thinking about all these processes and would like to see and support that suggestion of a survey or some type of engagement that we're doing. I know we have our engagement tomorrow with community, but seeing what else we can do just to make sure we hear everything and make that decision.
Okay. Dr. Lusk.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. I have lots of questions, and I also am concerned about the fact that this process it feels like it's being rushed, and I don't want to do that as a board member. I don't want to see us move forward too quickly. I looked at my calendar, and we only have one meeting scheduled in March, which is March 10th. Am I correct, Mr. President?
Yes.
Okay. And so with the fact that we're going to do an in-person meeting tomorrow, which I plan to attend, actually haven't been able to do that prior to this, but my focus is this. I'd like to see us really gather all of the information that our communities want to share with us as it relates to this stabilization plan, and then have time to bring this back to our next board meeting, which I'm suggesting that we add a board meeting so that we can meet the March 15th deadline. It's really critical to do that. That's Ed Code. We don't have a choice there. We have to be in compliance as it relates to notifying staff and what have you. But I'm not prepared to make a decision on February 24th, a final decision about the plan on February 24th, without the additional information that we probably will receive tomorrow. That needs to be processed. So that, and it really needs to be heard on February 24th, and then move to maybe a meeting that we can agree on in March, maybe the first Tuesday, and then continue back-to-back meetings on the 10th, and make a decision then so that our superintendent and his staff can we can make a decision and notification can occur. So my proposal is that we add a meeting in March to take February 24th as an opportunity to receive the feedback from tomorrow night's in-person meeting, and then make the decision that we need to make on March 1st or whatever date in March, continue with the final decision being made on March 10th, and go from there, okay? That's what I'd like to see, because I have a number of questions. One being, with our special needs students, our special education, how many psychologists, how many campuses will psychologists have on their schedule? Now, we did this in the past, years and years and years ago. Psychologists covered multiple schools. However, that wasn't perfect. And I don't want to go back to something that didn't work well then, because our students students and parents deserve to have the time needed to really look at that IEP plan, and move forward so that progress can be attained by our students. So I don't want to be rushed, but I feel that to make a decision on February 24th is not something I can do with the information, without hearing all of the input from the communities. So I'm expecting, I hope, that members of our communities, Marina, Seaside, and Monterey, will show up tomorrow night at Seaside High School to share their views so that our staff can hear what is being requested by the members of the community, and then we can come back and make a decision by March 10th. Let me just finish with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Luss. Did you have something? Trustee Ofstow.
Organizing my thoughts. Okay. I want to echo the sentiment of the request that we talked about last meeting of a plan B or C, and there is nothing there. We received a beautiful presentation of what our mental health providers provide for our students, and it is extensive. And yet, there's no other option, no Plan B being presented in order to maintain these services. In addition, we talked about this last meeting, but the services we're cutting are also a revenue-generating service, which will have an impact. I think what I calculated is it's about a third decrease in mental health staffing. They are student-facing people in our school communities. I understand the pre-COVID, post-COVID mentality, but there seems to be no look at not just management or minimal look at management, but district office. Are there areas in the district office that can be tightened up to allow some of these mental health people to remain on campuses, helping our students prevent crises and grow into really productive people in our communities? I think that's all I have for right now.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't, how about Mr. Hernandez? Did you have anything you wanted to add, Mr. Hernandez? How about you, Ms. Dickerson? Okay, thank you. All right, so we will now go to public comment on this item.
All right, you ready for me? Erin Bannock, behavior technician at Marina High School and CSEA Chapter 93's chapter president. I've been with the district for almost 20 years, all 20 years with special education, so I do understand the importance of all of this. I also understand the importance of stabilizing this plan. I know cuts need to be made. It cannot be made on classified employees' backs. Just listening to this presentation again this week, it's more information about what we heard last presentation, and I really appreciate the trustees that pointed out that we never got a plan B or C. I left here at the last school board meeting like, hey, we were heard. We need more information. We need another plan because this doesn't look good and it doesn't look like it's going to work. And I waited last week and I waited this week and heard nothing as a chapter leader, as someone who represents these classified employees. Knowing that our certificated siblings are doing the work with our special ed that are getting cut. They have more on their plate. That's being taken away. Just some of the points I want to quickly try to stab at, well, from the presentation. Dr. Diffenbaugh said a lot of school site management was added. Our assistant principals at our TK6s and 8s. Yes, they were added there. They're needed. There's a lot of stuff going on there. But you know whose boots on the ground? They're mitigating that before they go to the assistant principals, who's building those relationships. Those are our supervisory assistants. They're the ones that are doing the work. So sometimes they're not going to the assistant principal because our supervisory assistants are mediating and giving the support that those students need. Our military impacted schools, that's where my students, supervisory assistants are really seeing a lot of that because, like Ms. Rivera said, those students are waiting to be assessed. Sometimes they're in the middle assessed or haven't been assessed yet. Our supervisory assistants are the ones who are, again, taking them on walks, giving them breaks, having them calm down so they can go back to class. They're the ones who are doing the work of special education aides that aren't, because those students haven't been assessed yet and identified. So taking that, again, another source of supporting students, and they are one of the lowest paid outside of our campus monitors at the secondary level and our nutrition services assistants. They are our lowest range people. To see them cut, that gives our students so much support, and not seeing a plan to fix that is really disheartening, and I hope I see something soon because we need something soon. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Jennings, Board President, Diffenbaugh, Superintendent, and all board members. My name is Bonnie O'Brien. Excuse me. I am a behavior tech and a supervisory assistant. And just kind of piggybacking a little bit on the need for mental health services, for the special ed services, and as what she just said with Ms. Aaron, that we are the frontline people. We are basically the first aid before we send them to the mental health professionals. So anyways, what I wanted to speak about with the supervisory assistants and why these positions are essential to students' safety, learning, and overall function of our students. Supervisory assistants provide active supervision during the highest risk times of the school day, during recess, during lunch, arrival, and dismissal. The majority of students' injuries, conflicts, and bullying incidents occur outside the classroom, not during instruction. Their presence presents minor issues from becoming major medical emergencies or disciplinary crisis. Our staff members protect instructional time. When yard supervisors are reduced, teachers and administrators are pulled away from classrooms and leadership duties to manage preventable incidents. That disrupts directly, that disruption directly affects learning. Supervisory assistants also play a critical role in supporting students with special needs, behavioral challenges, and emotional regulation difficulties. They often know students personally, recognize early warning signs, and de-escalate situations before they escalate. From a fiscal standpoint, reducing supervision does not eliminate cost, it shifts them. Injuries, substitute coverage, overtime workers' compensation claims, and potentially liability all increase when supervision is inadequate. Supervisory assistants are preventative investment. They reduce emergencies, preserve instructional time, and help maintain a safe and supportive school climate. Cutting these positions may appear to save money in the short term, but it creates higher financial and human costs long term. I urge the board to recognize supervisory assistants as a core student safety function and to protect yard supervision at our schools. I also wanted to, well anyways, thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Andy Beeman. I'm a program leader at Monte Vista. I've been working with the district for about 9 years. Good evening, President Jennings, Superintendent Dr. Diffenbaugh, and board members. First, I'd like to give the general public just some background about how 10 program leaders are having their hours potentially cut. We were put into an 8-hour ELO assistant position that was created for our department's unique role in the district's COVID recovery efforts. After the position ended, we continued to work full-time with supervisory duties before the program each day. We were the backbone of MPUSD during the 2020-21 school year, working directly with students of MPUSD staff and helping them stay on task in their virtual classes and complete their distance learning work, all while adhering to COVID health guidelines. In a way, I feel that we earned keeping our 8-hour positions because we, ELO and especially program leaders, kept the district afloat during COVID. We were told by district leadership multiple times over the years that we were grandfathered in to these positions even after the 8-hour ELO assistant position, which used COVID funding, ceased to exist. I and some of my coworkers gained health coverage through the district for the first time through this position. Now, after helping the district through a global pandemic, we are faced with the possibility of losing our health insurance, needing to apply to additional jobs, and for some of us, potentially no longer being able to afford to live in the area. Because all of the 8-hour program leaders are paraprofessional compliant, I propose that district leadership thinks outside of the box in considering alternate ways to utilize our unique strengths and skill sets. Like mental health staff, we also have a window into both the social emotional well-being and academic performance of students, and our 8-hour positions also give us the unique advantage of having time to collaborate with teachers and other school staff to discuss student social emotional growth and academics. Like mental health staff, we have been a primary point of contact for many families, which we have built strong relationships with. Much like how teachers have collaboration meetings, perhaps 8-hour program leaders could also have a more formalized system of collaboration meetings with both teachers and other student-facing staff at our sites to further strengthen our school communities. I would like to ask district leadership to consider not what our current duties are, but what they could expand into for the betterment of our school communities. I would argue that our 8-hour program leaders' varied, unique skill sets and qualifications have not been utilized to their full potential. Some of us have experience subbing, teaching art classes, and coaching sports and running other extracurriculars. There are many creative potential ways for us to use our qualifications beyond supervisory duties during the mornings. Because of our paraprofessional compliance, we have the potential to be utilized for instructional assistant duties, small group intervention work, and other academic or social emotional work that our schools desperately need.
I don't know how to greet everybody, just hello and thank you for being here. My name is Kathleen Brannigan. I work at Monte Vista, TK through 8th. I've been there for 4 years. I myself am a supervisor and a program leader. And yeah, I can't, Andy, thank you, and Bonnie, thank you. I think we are overlooked, definitely, in our skill level and in our ability and what's expected of us and everything that we go through every day. We do it because we not only have to, but because we care. And these kids, you get us on the walkie, they're like, so-and-so is off there, you know, over there somewhere in the park, go find him. Okay, we got it. Okay, so ditch out on what we are supposed to be doing in order to find someone and to get them back. At the same time, be planning for after school. At the same time, be situating ourselves all through the day. All through the day. Maybe taking a break if we can. Supposedly we do that. What is expected of us, we do it. I think it is overlooked. And I can't, Andy was on the right track with that. And Bonnie, thank you so much for what you're saying. And thank you, sir, thank you for pointing out what you're pointing out. You're not seeing the other options. There needs to be other options because when there's one man down in this crew, and I can only speak about the school that I work at because it's a huge school with so many kids. If we are one man down, woman down, person down, it is really quite a thing. But we make it work. We do. Do we get acknowledged for it? Not sure, but I'm sure we do by the kids at least. Because I know the kids know that we're there, because we are. And I have so much to say, but I don't really know how to say it. I'm gonna cry. But I think that something can be worked out. There needs to be more communication, and thank you for asking for another meeting and for more communication to learn more about what it is to be on the front line, on the field with these kids. When they get delivered to the office or when they're lost on the field or when we're there in the classroom, you know, in all those states. Supervisors, program leaders, we're always there and we're always navigating and expected so much. We're trying. I just think we deserve more for sure, along with everybody else, so.
Good evening, Board, President Jennings, and Superintendent Diffenbaugh. Claudia Welling, MHT2. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the complexity of the funding issues presented this evening. CYBHI is an ambitious initiative, and we recognize the challenges of launching a reimbursement-based system while continuing to meet student needs. What we hope to offer tonight is not a critique of the data, but additional context for its impact on schools and students. This system operates on a reimbursement model. Services must be delivered first, documented, and then paid, often months later. During that gap, student needs continue and schools remain responsible for responding. Decreasing student-facing positions during this early phase creates risks that are ultimately absorbed by our highest need students. I want to clarify one point from the slides presented earlier so that the board has full information as you consider these options. Titles can sometimes be confusing. All mental health therapists, 1 and 2, are in fact clinicians, and we hold the same graduate level degree, clinical training, licensure requirement, and scope of practice as other mental health clinicians. Functionally, reducing MHT2 position results in a reduction of experienced licensed clinical capacity directly serving students. In practice, MHT1 and 2s are responding to risks and threat assessments, including level 2 risk assessments, because we hold the clinical relationship and historical context necessary to assess safety in an accurate and efficient way. All MHTs, regardless of level, are required by the California Board of Behavioral Sciences and Suicide Risk Assessment and Intervention, and we do deliver site-based trainings to staff. Many of the students with the highest levels of need are currently being served in this capacity by MHTs working directly on school sites. If licensed clinical capacity is reduced, those needs do not disappear but are redistributed to administrators, school psychologists, teachers, office staff, supervisory staff, systems that are already beyond stretched. Finally, we want to share one concern related to sustainability. The district has done a very impressive job at positioning itself to expand billable services. However, expansion depends on stable clinical infrastructure. And if positions are reduced, the very system needed to effectively scale services will weaken. This makes it harder, not easier, to achieve long-term sustainability goals that we all share. We deeply appreciate the board's commitment to student wellness, and as you weigh fiscal responsibility, we ask that you continue to consider not just immediate but long-term impact of reducing licensed mental health capacity in schools. Thank you so much for your time and everything you do for our students.
Hi. My name's Cheyenne Weston. I'm also an MHT2, and this is Boo, my therapy dog. Boo, over here. We heard about how much fun it was last time, so we thought we'd join. I won't repeat what Claudia so gracefully said, but I'll just lend a couple specifics. I was sitting over there brushing up on how to treat self-harm, especially in adolescents. Today, just a little snapshot into how I'm supporting kids at my site is there's a girl that's been self-harming daily, and I've been checking in with her daily. I spent 30 minutes talking to her mom on how she can make the home environment more safe, and I'll follow up with teachers and my administration tomorrow to make sure that there's no sharps in the classroom. This is, a sensitive topic, and it takes relationship building. One of the proposed ways of making up for reducing mental health therapists is to have one of us at a site for 3 days and then at another site for 2, and to kind of switch off. I wouldn't be able to do these daily check-ins to make sure that this kiddo is going to be safe and isn't going to take her self-harm a step too far. So I just wanted to highlight about how that model I don't think is going to work. My second point that I wanted to talk on is just how it would be baffling if the wages were reduced for this position in comparison to the closest other school districts, Carmel and PG. So the highest for the wages for the position that are the furthest most stage for mental health therapists for MPUSD is a step 11, $99,561 per year. In Carmel, it's $130,000. In PG, it's $131,231. So you can see that there's already such a disparity. So I really hope that the people that do get to stay do not also get a reduction in their wages. Thank you.
Hello, I'm also here to speak to the allocation of mental health resources. As you can see by the mustache, I'm a firefighter, paramedic. I don't make the rules. It is what it is. That being said, the reason why I'm here, and truthfully, I have a bias. I have a very strong bias based on my experience. Driving here, in fact, there's a street, little side street called Citation Court, and it reminded me of a suicide that I went to there. Unfortunately, a gentleman ended his life there, and I came to do what I could, and unfortunately the damage was too much. And I just want to talk to you about my career as a firefighter paramedic, and again, having a front row seat to the mental health crisis that we're experiencing. After my time as a helicopter rescue swimmer in the United States Navy, I started working on an ambulance in San Diego County, and my company had the exclusive contract with County Mental Health, and specifically we would take adolescents and children to mental health facilities there. And in the 2 decades since I started that work, of course, I've been working in the community. Unfortunately, again, with my bias, mental health touches all our families, and I have a child that thankfully was unsuccessful at his suicide attempt. We were in a situation, and it's interesting that we just spoke about how we had maternity coverage, for example, and there was a gap in my son's mental health services at his school that coincide with that. Yes, we have Ohana. Ohana is fantastic. They're a great resource. However, really it's about prevention, and as people mention, the kind of boots on the ground, so to speak. You folks have an extremely difficult decision. I don't imagine that when you took on this role that you thought that you would be making decisions that literally could save people's lives or not. And so with that, I want you to think about this is not we're not just looking at what's equitable. We're not just siloing academia and, you know, the sports are equal to this, and arts and all the different needs. This is a basic fundamental concept with mental health that without it, none of it is successful. And so it's a foundational need. And I just want to talk about risk assessment. We need to have more than just a singular plan. Thanks.
Good evening, board members. My name is Quinn. I'm a school psychologist. This is my 4th year with MPUSD. The fiscal stabilization plan references returning school psychologists to pre-COVID numbers, but we know now that our students aren't the same as they were pre-COVID, and neither are our staff. Students are carrying more anxiety, more trauma, more complex situations in their homes, and they carry it into their classrooms. We are identifying more students for special education and supporting more mental health crises, supporting students who are struggling to simply regulate, focus, and they need more support, not less. As school psychologists, we're often the people that they turn to for their worst moments. We assess learning and emotional needs, we provide counseling, we provide data, we developed behavior plans, we support families, and we have difficult IEP conversations on a daily basis. When supports are cut, students don't stop struggling. They continue. And without adequate support, special education numbers will continue to increase. They don't stop. School psychologists are uniquely trained to support these needs. We are the only member that can do part of the psychoeducational assessments. Nobody else can do that. We do an average of 40 to 50, if not more, assessments per year at this time. And if we split some school psychologists, think of what that number will turn into. Students will not get direct services, those check-ins that we talk about. That'll be hard. Counseling is a mandated service. Those non-mandated services might be impacted, are a lot of the preventative pieces that then turn into IEP services. If school psychologist positions are reduced, the work doesn't disappear. It just turns on to more people, and people are more spread. I was in 2 sites my first time or my first year here. And although I met my timelines and I got my work done, I was taking work home for hours and hours. I now have a 1-year-old, and that's not sustainable for myself, for the students, or for the other staff either. It's not a matter of dedication, it's a matter of feasibility. And we want to meet the students in the meaningful way, not just to get our numbers done, not just to get the evaluations done, but to meet the students. As an educator and a parent, I ask you to consider the real and lasting impacts of these decisions and how they will impact our students. When I have my daughter in a school district, I hope that I can feel like that they are fighting for the services that she can then access at that time. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Nicole Smith, and I'm here as a school psychologist to share with you what our role looks like in the schools and why cutting psychologists would have a real and lasting impact on students, staff, and families. School psychologists are often associated with mental health, and that work is critical, but our role goes far beyond counseling. We are trained at the doctoral or specialist level in learning, behavior, mental health, and systems. We serve in roles that are both educationally essential and legally mandated. Every school psychologist, every day, help identify students with learning disabilities, autism, ADHD, and emotional needs so that they can access appropriate supports and special education services. Without timely evaluations, students wait longer to receive help, fall further behind, and experience more frustration and disengagement. We help ensure that these decisions are data-based, defensible, and aligned with the law, protecting both students and the district. We support teachers by analyzing student data, developing behavior intervention plans, and helping classrooms function more effectively, especially when students have complex needs. When instruction improves and behavior stabilizes, learning improves for all students, not just those receiving services. We also play a key role in prevention. School psychologists help design systems that reduce discipline referrals, improve attendance, and strengthen school climate. We support crisis response, threat assessment, and safety planning, work that protects students and staff and reduces long-term risk. For families, school psychologists are often the bridge between school, home, and outside services. We help families understand evaluations, navigate special education, and connect with community resources. That trust and continuity matter, especially in times of stress. When school psychologist positions are reduced, the impact isn't abstract. Caseloads increase, evaluations are delayed, teachers lose support, administrators shoulder more crisis management, and students, especially those with the greatest needs, receive less timely, less effective help. Investing in school psychologists is not just a mental health decision. It's an academic decision, a safety decision, and a long-term fiscal decision. Early identification, prevention, and effective intervention reduce costly outcomes later. We're committed to this district and to the students we serve. We want to continue doing this work. We want to do it well, not stretch so thin that we can only react instead of prevent. Thank you so much for your time, your leadership, and for considering the full value school psychologists bring to our schools. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Garcia, and I'm a school psychologist at Marina High School. I've also worked in this district on and off since 2017. I began as a program leader, grew into a site director role, served as a substitute teacher, and now work as a school psychologist supporting students' academic, social, and emotional needs. Throughout my time here, I have served communities such as Monterey and Seaside, and now Marina. These experiences have allowed me to grow within this district, build meaningful relationships, and develop a deep understanding of the diverse strengths and needs of our students and families. In my current role, I conduct comprehensive assessments, provide individual counseling, support Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions, collaborate with multidisciplinary teams, conduct home visits, and work closely with teachers and families to ensure students receive the support they need to succeed. Mental health services are not an extra layer of support, but they are foundational to learning. When students feel emotionally supported, we see improvements in engagement, behavior, academic progress, and overall well-being. Consistency matters deeply, especially at Marina High. Many of our students rely on trusted relationships with staff who understand their histories, their challenges, and their strengths. When mental health providers are reduced or changed, students do not simply lose a position, but they lose continuity, stability, and trust. These relationships take time to build, and they are essential to creating safe and supportive school environments. I also want to share personally that I am among the psychologists being let go, and part of the reason is that my maternity leave did not count towards my probationary time. Becoming a mother has been one of the most meaningful experiences of my life, and it has only deepened my empathy and dedication to supporting young people and families. It is difficult to reconcile that a period of caring for my child has contributed to losing the opportunity to continue serving the students in the community I care so deeply about. I share this not only for myself, but for what it represents and how we value mental health support continuity for our students and educators who are also parents and caregivers. My hope is that decisions moving forward continue to prioritize student mental health, consistent relationships, and the long-term supports that allow students and communities to thrive. Thank you for your time.
My name is Rochelle Lee, and this is my 21st year being a school psychologist and my second year with MPUSD serving 3 high schools. What is missing from the bullet points of the essential and mandated services we provide in the fiscal stabilization plan is the humanity, expertise, relationships, and time required for our students to benefit from these services. The information we share with parents at times can be crushing. Communicating this information is dynamic, delicate, and often requires long conversations before and after IEP meetings. Please take a moment to imagine that I'm sharing with you for the first time that your child has a disability, such as autism or an intellectual disability. Ask yourself, how much would you value the validity of the information, the sensitivity of the delivery, and the time it would take to develop an individualized educational plan that helps your child make progress towards their goals? We are also often the first person a student with a disability trusts to share that they have thoughts of killing themselves or self-harm. We then have to share what no parent wants to hear. In these challenging moments, it is critical our parents feel supported by offering space for their raw emotions and pain. Real time, we help them process and often help them to self-regulate. Time for this process is essential to fortify parents with the information and resources they need to be there for their child when their child's very safety is at risk and that they need their parents the most. The relationships we develop with our students and families are invaluable, and often we are the intermediaries that makes them feel understood, valued, and heard. Through this, we establish trust, which allows us to be instrumental in supporting student functioning and academic success. Students with disabilities often struggle with social and communication skills, and through direct services to develop these skills, we facilitate students building relationships with peers and adults on campus, as well as coaches. We coach them through greater independence and connection on campus that translates for life. We advocate for our students with staff, teachers, and coaches so that their unique needs are considered and addressed. We help build our students' communication skills so that they can effectively advocate for themselves, which helps support their academic success and overall functioning. We partner with our admin at critical moments to ensure they comprehensively consider situations through the lens of federal special education law, as it is protective of both our student and the district. And in between supporting our students, families, and teachers in these high-stakes, stressful, and emotional situations, we assess students. We go back to our computers and synthesize and interpret data and write legally compliant evaluation reports and behavior intervention plans. Working with some of MPUSD's most vulnerable and sometimes misunderstood students is our passion. We want to be able to continue to provide high-fidelity services that support the growth of our students, and we need continued appropriate staffing to do so. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Scott. I'm a math teacher at Seaside High. I'm also the math department lead. I'm also the high school director for the Monterey Bay Teachers Association. Some questions or concerns that we had about the presentation that we saw. CYBHI funding will go into the general fund. So the question is, how are we going to make sure there's transparency that this money will go towards maintaining the district's mental health initiative? Another concern is there a number in reimbursed services that will trigger reinstatement of our school psychs and mental health therapists that are currently being proposed to be cut. Why is the amount presented today, $170,657, different from the $300,000 to $400,000 that was communicated to counselors as the amount that we have currently gotten back from billing services? In addition to that, we have concern over how these proposed cuts will create additional work in billing, falling on fewer mental health providers whose responsibilities have continued to increase. On a side note, I am a math teacher. That is my specialty. That is what I'm trained to do. I am not a trained mental health professional. And when we cut these mental health jobs from our schools, more and more of that starts to fall on me as the classroom teacher. And I'm going to be honest, I am not prepared to handle that. That is not my area of expertise. So thank you for your time.
Good evening, President Jennings, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, and board members. My name is Rosalind Book, President of MBTA. In hearing about the fiscal stabilization plan, I keep hearing that we are returning positions and staffing levels to pre-COVID days. That because funding has expired, we're going to how things were pre-COVID. But it doesn't make sense. Or students can't go back to how they were pre-COVID, or schools cannot run the same way they did pre-COVID. While the students have gotten through the COVID years, we can't pretend that the current state of the world is not compounding their experience and affecting our students in profound ways. Fear about immigration and family security, social media pressure, confusion, fear, increased anxiety, and increased difficulty connecting with others. We see it in our classrooms every day. These are the mental health challenges that make it extremely difficult for our students to self-regulate, and we know that self-regulation must be in place before learning can happen. And now we're talking about the very people who provide this safety and support being cut. School psychs, they not only evaluate student needs, but they help the teachers understand the best strategies to support students in the classroom. Mental health therapists are, for some of our students, the only adults they trust to talk about their most personal struggles and get advice from. And then there are supervisory assistants. I truly can't wrap my head around this one. If you've ever been in a cafeteria or outside with 100 students who are expected to sit and eat when all they want to do is play and run, while earning a paycheck lower than what they could make at a fast food restaurant, you would understand what it means to be a supervisory assistant angel. And I do call them angels because, as far as I can see, these are positions that people take out of love, not money. These positions are often filled by the parents or relatives of students who want to spend time near their children, ensure their safety, and help create a safe environment for all the students. They are literally members of our community choosing to look out for our children, and these are the jobs we want to cut. It doesn't make sense. If cuts must be made, cut things that do not directly touch our students' lives. Cut things. Cut programs that don't work. Consulting contracts. Ask educators what actually helped their students and cut what does not. Examine why management positions stay while certificated positions have continued to decrease because of declining enrollment. Keep the cuts away from the people who keep our students safe, healthy, and ready to learn. Because when we cut the adults our students trust, we're not just cutting positions, we are cutting relationships, and we are cutting supports. Thank you.
Thank you, Board, for letting me speak. My name is Mary Klutz, and I'm a school psychologist here at MPUSD. When reports need to be written, meetings scheduled, and timelines are closing fast, there's often a student at my door crying, overwhelmed, or in crisis, or a teacher that has questions or concerned about a student. In that moment, I face a choice: to stay compliant and finish the paperwork, or step away to respond to the human need in front of me. I choose the student and teacher every time, even if that means taking work home, working nights, or spending weekends finishing reports. That choice captures the core tension of our school psychologists right now. This profession isn't struggling because psychologists don't care. It's struggling because of how the work is structured, especially under budget pressures. Documentation and compliance are necessary, but when staffing is reduced, those demands crowd out direct services for all the students. This isn't a personal failure, it's a structural one. When proposed budget cuts and reductions in school psychologists, this tension will grow. Caseloads are increasing, as you saw, a 46% increase in special education students. This trend isn't going away anytime soon. Compliance work expands and consumes the hours that would otherwise go to the consulting with teachers, supporting families, responding to early mental health concerns. Budget cuts don't eliminate work, they shift it, and they shift it away from students. School psychology is not the report, the document, or the late-night paperwork. It's prevention, consultation with families and teachers, counseling and crisis response. It's helping a teacher understand behavior before it escalates. It's showing great comprehensive picture of a student during evaluation. It's sitting with the parent after a difficult evaluation and explaining what comes next. It's supporting students before problems become emergencies. When paperwork expands, staffing cuts, direct services shrink. And when direct services shrink, burnout increases, retention of psychologists drops, and districts lose good and qualified people. I've dedicated 21 years to this profession, 15 of them here at this district. I've worked in elementary, middle, high school, and continuation high school settings in the district. When workloads are manageable, psychologists spend more time with the students and supporting teachers. Staff stay longer because the job feels possible again. I understand difficult budget decisions must be made and cuts to psychologists may need to happen, but deep cuts to school psychologists, such as the 6th cut in the proposal you have, come at a high cost to students, staff, and long-term outcomes. We need school psychologists because our students need us. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and school community. My name is Dr. Lauren Barker. I've been a school psychologist for 15 years, and this is my 3rd year in the district. I've had the privilege of serving Seaside Middle School for the past 3 years. I'm here to speak in strong opposition to the proposed cuts to school psychologists. According to our own 2025-26 Local Control and Accountability Plan, MPUSD continues to face significant and persistent challenges with chronic absenteeism, suspension disparities, and the social-emotional needs of students, particularly students with disabilities, students experiencing homelessness, English learners, and African American students. These are not hypothetical concerns. The LCAP clearly documents that students with disabilities and English learners remain red in both ELA and math. African American students, foster youth, and students with disabilities are disproportionately suspended. Students experiencing homelessness continue to be among the most impacted by chronic absenteeism. School psychologists are central to addressing all of these issues. In fact, the LCAP explicitly states that MPUSD's needs assessment identified significant social-emotional needs, especially among students with disabilities, and that the district's response was to expand the number of school psychologists across the district. That's a direct quote from Goal 1, Action 1.7. Cutting psychologists would directly contradict an adopted LCAP action approved by this board. Additionally, MPUSD receives nearly $26 million in supplemental and concentration funding tied to high-needs students. School psychologists are a core service that supports compliance with the requirement to increase or improve services for those students. Reducing these positions raises serious concerns about alignment with both the intent and implementation of LCFF funding. The LCAP also shows that just last year, the district added a psychologist under Goal 5 to strengthen MTSS, PBIS, and mental health supports. That tells us these positions were added because the need was already there, not because the district was overstaffed. Finally, community and student feedback could not be more clear. Families and students repeatedly asked for expanded mental health services, trusted, visible adult support, culturally responsive mental health staff. Cutting psychologists would directly contradict the voices that help shape this LCAP. If MPUSD is serious about equity, student well-being, and implementing the plan this board adopted, then cutting school psychologists is not the answer. It would weaken our MTSS framework, undermine mental health supports, and disproportionately harm the students we have publicly committed to serving. I urge the board to maintain and protect school psychologist positions and to align budget decisions with the data, goals, and commitments already laid out in the LCAP.
Good evening, Board President Jennings, Board of Trustees, Cabinet members, and Dr. Diffenbaugh. My name is April Celestino, and I'm an MPUSD classified employee for 13 years and serve as CSEA's first vice president. First off, I want to thank you all for the feedback and the consideration that we got at the last board meeting. After leaving that night, I felt that we as employees and a community were heard, and the concerns we shared about the reducing and layoff of a majority of student-facing classified positions were valid and showed the negative impact these would have on our students. However, after reviewing the follow-up stabilization plan and seeing no real change, it was disheartening. While we recognize that there's a projected budget deficit and that we need educated supervisors to guide services MPUSD provides, we must also not forget that our students deserve consistency, which is a big word that I've heard a lot tonight. MPUSD has recognized many times that consistency is key to the success of our students. This doesn't just include school admin or their teachers, but it includes the program leaders who stay after school hours to provide support to families, our community liaisons who are able to provide additional resources to families, supervisory assistants who engage with our students on a daily basis, and our mental health therapists who support some of our most fragile students. At the last board meeting, someone mentioned interns stepping in. Let me ask you, how does consistency play a role when interns come in and out to perform roles of our already valuable and connected staff members? The draft stabilization and follow-up plan did not provide transparency and clarity. Consistency and transparency help reduce anxiety through this already difficult process. We recognize that the conversations that we're having are not easy for anyone, whether they are people identified as being impacted or not. We recognize and look forward to getting information soon and working together to help identify alternative solutions that will better support our students and our staff. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, President Jennings, trustees, and Dr. Diffenbaugh. I just want to say that I'm pretty impressed with the turnout because, well, I am, and I appreciate your guys' patience in listening to all of us earnestly and honestly, because I do think that the reason that we are standing so proudly and passionately is because we are standing for people and for situations that we cannot actually speak about. So we're speaking about things that are happening for our students and families that they maybe can't come forward about. And so I just really appreciate you guys listening so earnestly and honestly to our testimonies. Again, my name is Cheyenne Ringer. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist, and I've been serving at Marina High School very proudly for 10 years. I'm here once again to speak about the impact of these proposed budget cuts, specifically the loss of direct student-facing services. And I want to ground this conversation in what the work actually looks like. Since I last addressed you, I have conducted 3 risk screeners, 1 risk assessment, 1 level 1 threat assessment, 1 level 2 threat assessment, 5 crisis sessions, and 3 reentry meetings for families and students returning from significant hardship. That is in addition to maintaining a caseload that is already at capacity, along with fielding daily student check-ins and staff referrals, and I took a Friday off. My administrators, teachers, and school staff are asking me a simple question. How are we supposed to continue to provide the same level of support offered by our school psychologists and therapists? And my answer is pretty honest. I don't think we can. What we have built over the last 10 years is something truly special. Our students and families expect access to mental health care. They know where to go. They trust the system. When students arrive at Marina Vista Elementary, they know they can find Miss Brenda. At Los Arboles, they already know Miss Myra. And by the time they get to me at Marina High School, they already know where to find me. That continuity of care is not incidental, it's essential. Even when a student is not struggling themselves, they know exactly where to go when a friend or family member is. They know there's a trusted adult who will listen, respond, and act. That is prevention, that is safety, and that is community. We built this system with intention, pride, and deep commitment to our students and communities. And regarding the potential CYBHI funding, I respectfully urge you, give us the opportunity to continue and expand the work. Allow us a chance to develop a model that can become sustainable. For years, school-based work has been done quietly in the trenches. Now we have the opportunity to demonstrate its measurable impact, not only on student well-being, but on the long-term health of the district itself. Please do not dismantle a system that students rely on, trust, and need before we have a chance to truly, fully show you what we can do. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a little small. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Itzani Rodriguez. I'm a community liaison at Ortiz Elementary. I won't take much of your time since a lot of these wonderful people have actually shared, the good that we are trying to do. In our schools, we are more than staff members. We are a bridge between families and education. We help parents feel welcome, understood, and confident supporting their children. When families feel connected, students thrive. Without these staff, communication breaks down, parents feel lost, small concerns turn into bigger problems, and students specifically, those who already are facing challenges, are the ones who pay the price. Speaking as a bilingual community liaison, we help build trust and safety. Families are more likely to report concerns, ask for help, and stay engaged when they know there is someone who understands their language and culture. In times of crisis and uncertainty, that trust can be the difference between a student staying connected to the school and falling through the cracks. We don't just translate, we help advocate and connect. These roles are not extras, they are essential to trust, equity, and student success. Please protect the people who help our families feel seen, heard, and included. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María Mendieta.
Good evening, my name is María Mendieta.
Estoy muy nerviosa, pero que espero hacerlo bien.
I'm a bit nervous, but I hope to do well.
Estoy aquí por la preocupación de todo lo que está pasando y especialmente porque soy madre de 3 hijos y
I'm here to speak about what's happening. I'm very nervous about the situation. I'm a mother of 3.
y estoy aquí pues para hacer saber la preocupación que tengo como madre.
I'm here to let you know that I'm worried as a mother.
Porque siempre he escuchado en los programas que han dado de ustedes del distrito.
Because I've heard from the programs that you've offered from the district.
A nosotros los padres, cómo impulsar a nuestros hijos hacia el éxito.
On how to push help our students to be successful.
Y pienso que la salud mental de nuestros hijos, nuestros niños, nuestros jóvenes es muy importante.
And the mental health of our students, our youth, is very important.
Siento como si es una pieza de un rompecabezas perdido en estos momentos.
I feel like it's a missing puzzle piece during these times.
Y es muy preocupante para mí porque los cambios de los niños en estos tiempos son muy difíciles.
And it's very important because the changes in students during these times are very difficult.
¿Cómo? Mi pregunta es, ¿cómo yo como madre voy a poder, si todo lo hago en casa, pero siempre necesito un refuerzo?
And my question to you is, how am I as a mother gonna be able to help my students that I help them at home, but I always need an extra help?
Gracias.
And thank you.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Díaz.
Hello, and good evening. My name is Maria Diaz.
Soy madre de 3 niños, uno en la primaria, uno en la secundaria y uno en la preparatoria.
I'm a mother of three, one in elementary, one in middle, and one in high school.
Como madre, en la escuela vengo a hablar por las 3 escuelas y quería pues saber si ustedes también están tomando la opinión de nosotros al hacer el corte de personal.
And I speak on behalf of my schools I represent. And are you taking into consideration what we as parents have to say?
¿En algún momento ustedes se han tomado el tiempo de preguntarle a los padres si necesitamos las psicólogas?
Have you taken the time to ask the parents if you need psychologists?
Si necesitamos el personal para cuidar a nuestros hijos?
If we need the personnel to take care of our students?
Si necesitamos a Etsani, que es nuestra traductora,
If we need Itzani, who's our interpreter?
es también el enlace comunitario de nuestra escuela.
She's a community liaison also.
Es la número 1 que cuando yo como madre necesito buscar en la escuela.
And she's like the number one person I contact when I need help with the school.
En primera, porque es la traductora de nosotros y ella se ha hecho parte de nosotros.
First of all, because she's the interpreter, but she's also part of us.
Yo hace unos meses tuve un caso, mi hija tuvo un tumor cerebral y fue a una cirugía.
A few months ago, my daughter had a tumor, brain tumor, and had surgery.
Y cuando yo necesité de Etsani y de la psicóloga para que apoyara a mis otros hijos, ella estuvo ahí para nosotros.
And when I needed Itzani and the psychologist to support my kids, my other kids, they were there for us.
Ahora nosotros como padres estamos preocupados en los recortes que ustedes piensan tomar.
Now, as parents, we are worried about the cuts you are planning on making.
¿Ustedes se han puesto a preguntar cuánto nos va a afectar a nosotros?
Have you asked yourselves, how is this going to affect us?
No solo a nosotros, también a los estudiantes.
Not only us, but the students.
Nosotros solo queremos que los personales que ustedes quieren recortar se queden las 8 horas mientras nuestros hijos están en la escuela.
We just want our kids or the personnel to remain the 8 hours when our kids are at school.
Porque ellos son una parte esencial en la vida de nuestros hijos.
Because they are an essential part in the lives of our kids.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches.
Hello, good evening.
Mi nombre es Aurelia.
My name is Aurelia.
Soy padre voluntario de la escuela Orteres.
I'm a parent volunteer at Orteres.
En mi opinión, el recorte personal de salud mental
In my opinion, the cuts to the mental health,
es un impacto negativo para nuestros estudiantes.
it has a negative impact on our students.
Y en la posición de nuestra coordinadora de enlace comunitario, Itzani,
And in regards to our community liaison, Itzani,
sin ella nuestra escuela no es la misma.
without her, our school is not the same.
Gracias a ella, nuestras familias nos hemos conectado con maestros y estudiantes.
Thanks to her, we have connected with our teachers and our students.
Y eventos, traducciones, la necesitamos. Estamos muy orgullosa de ella.
And we need her as she translates and have events, and we are so proud of her.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi
Good
nombre es
evening.
Yadira Santos
My name is Yadira Santos,
y madre de la escuela Orteres
and I'm a parent at Orteres.
y que tiene la necesidad de venir y pedir que no reduzcan los servicios de salud mental y el enlace comunitario.
And I just needed to come and share that, ask you not to cut the mental health and community liaison positions.
De mi escuela, que yo misma y muchos padres que a lo mejor no saben que van a reducir,
And I, as other parents, didn't know that positions were going to be cut.
y que actualmente estamos usando, y como madre de 2 niños,
And that we are actually using those services, and as parent of 2 students,
he estado ocupando y necesitando los servicios
I've been having to use those services.
Porque si yo fuera afuera a pedir la ayuda de salud mental,
If I were to go out outside of the district to ask for mental health support,
la lista es larga o uno tiene que conducir lejos.
the wait list is long or have to drive far away.
Si reducen, mi familia y muchos serían realmente impactadas.
My family, if you reduce these positions or cut these positions, my family and others would be very impacted.
Esta situación no solo es por pandemia, sino por todo lo que está pasando actualmente.
And this situation is not just due to the pandemic, but everything that's going on.
Y que está realmente afectando nuestro distrito.
And that's currently affecting our school district.
Por favor, no solo dígame que solo es una reducción, sino una mejor solución que no tengan tanto impacto a nuestras escuelas.
Please let us know that there's other solutions, that it's not just a reduction, but other solutions to help our schools.
Y niños,
And students.
gracias.
Thank you.
Y gracias a todos los que están aquí y que defienden que no quieren impactar a sus escuelas y sobre todo a sus niños.
And thank you to everybody that's here voicing their opinions not to reduce positions that affect our students.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas noches
Good
a toda
evening.
la mesa directiva.
To the entire board,
Mi nombre es Patricia Chávez.
my name is Patricia Chavez.
Como ustedes ya me conocen,
You already know
he
me.
estado asistiendo a todas las juntas
I've been coming to all the board meetings
por las razones que yo quiero hacer cambios en la escuela. Tengo dos hijos en el distrito.
because I want to also impact our schools. I have 2 students in our schools.
Uno de educación especial en la Seaside High School
One who is in special education at Seaside High School,
y el otro en la Monterey High School.
and the other one attends Monterey High School.
Yo he estado observando algo que está pasando con nosotros los, no sé, los latinos.
I've been watching something that's been happening with us, Latinos.
No sé si es por la comunicación de que no participamos en las escuelas o no tenemos buena comunicación con los directores de las escuelas.
I don't know exactly what it is, if it's communication that we don't connect with the schools or with the principals.
Esta información de la mesa directiva se le da a cada director de cada escuela para que puedan asistir a todas estas juntas las personas o son individuales.
She's asking if the information for the board meetings, is this given to the principals to spread out the word to all their schools or just individual?
Porque yo ya sabía de esto, cómo trabaja la mesa directiva un poco, pero yo tuve que ir a buscar la información de estas juntas a la oficina del distrito.
Because I kind of knew how the board meetings work, but I also had to go to the district office to get more information about these meetings.
La razón fue porque tuve un pequeño inconveniente en la escuela con mi hijo de educación especial.
The reason was because I had a small inconvenience with the school that my student attended.
Y quería estar más involucrada para que la directora de educación especial estuviera un poquito con más atención en esas clases.
And I was just wanting the director of special ed to be more involved with those special ed classes.
Pero ahorita estoy viendo que no hay comunicación con nosotros, la mesa que está aquí y los directores, porque yo tengo todas las juntas y toda la información que dan de diferentes cosas, pero ahorita se están enfocando más en los personal de psicólogos.
So I have all the information about the meetings, and now right now it's just the focus on the psychologists.
La señorita, no sé cómo se llama la señora mayor. No me acuerdo.
La doctora
Ella dijo algo muy importante.
Dr. Les mentioned something very important.
Necesitamos más juntas donde participamos las personas latinas.
We need more meetings that will get the Latino families more involved.
Porque yo no veo mucha gente latina aquí, nada más estamos defendiendo posiciones que se quieren cortar.
We don't see many Latino families here that are supporting or speaking against the cuts.
La razón que estoy diciendo esto es porque se está haciendo muy rápido para cortar personal, no saben cómo necesitan, las escuelas necesitan mucha ayuda. Personalmente yo he caminado con el director y yo agradezco a la high school y a mi psicóloga que me ayudó mucho. Aquí está ella, es esta, allá, venga, venga.
She says, I know firsthand the work that's done, and my psychologist is here, and I've been.
Digo que es mi psicóloga, no es mi psicóloga.
I say she's my psychologist, but she's really not my psychologist.
Pero ella me hizo un soporte mucho porque, como saben ustedes, yo estuve en una grande cosa de cáncer.
But as I mentioned, she's been very supportive, and as I mentioned before, I've been through cancer.
Y ella estuvo 100% en la escuela todo el tiempo conmigo.
And she was
en todas las
100% with
juntas.
me every meeting.
Porque yo siempre hice juntas de emergencia, porque mi niño, muchas cosas estuvieron pasando, pero por la razón que mentalmente no está bien.
And I had emergency meetings where she was there, and because my son was in the right place.
Gracias a Dios, a las escuelas y a los maestros, las dos escuelas donde he estado ahorita mi hijo, estoy muy contenta. Me han ayudado, he tenido mucho soporte desde la oficina hasta las psicólogas, director, personal que está enfrente, todos me han ayudado.
Both of the schools have been very supportive through this process, from the office to the psychologists. The principals have given me help.
Pero lo que yo quiero es que ustedes hagan este anuncio de estas juntas cuando 2, 3 días para diferentes. No sé si le pueden dar la información al director para que haga más pública estas juntas y poder ver más puntos.
I just ask you to promote the meetings better, to give the information to the principals so they can share it ahead of time so people can attend.
Porque está muy apretado estas decisiones.
These decisions are being taken very tight or fast.
No se podrían hacer otras 3 juntas, 4 juntas, al menos el resto de febrero, porque para el 15 tenemos que tener una.
Couldn't we have more meetings because before the 15th we need to have a solution?
Y poner el plan de cada situación, tanto como las personal psicólogos, personas de staff que ayudan a las escuelas, no necesitamos.
And bring more solutions because we do need psychologists and other positions.
Tiempo.
And we need time.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I want to give a quick shout out to all these parents. Gracias por venir. Nos escuchan cuando vienen los papás. Gracias. I say thank you because I feel like we are more heard when parents start getting involved, so I really appreciate that. My name is Mariana Valenzuela Lara. I am currently a 5th grade teacher at Marina Vista Elementary, and I am very proud. I came to Monterey in 2018, and I have slowly worked my way up. I started at Terrace Elementary as a as a supervisor, instructional aide. I was after school at Foothill as one of the supervisors there. Then I made my way to Terrace, became an accelerated learning specialist. A few years later, I am now doing the Alder program. Got my credential, and now I am here teaching 5th grade. So I have seen all these different positions. I have not been in your shoes. It's a difficult one, I imagine, to be in, so thank you for asking those questions. I see you, I see the body language, so just thank you for listening. I'm sorry I don't have a solution. I don't have a solution. I've been busy trying to teach 5th grade history to my students. We're talking about the American Revolution right now, talking about Bill of Rights, right? Using our voices. So here I am trying to use mine. I'd like to hear a question that I have. There was no different plan B or C presented, and I'm wondering if you can kind of show us a little transparency of like, what were you planning and what was like, oh, that's not going to work? Like, what were some ideas going on in your heads, seeing if maybe we can all work together to maybe come up with a different solution? because it's the same thing that we heard at the last meeting. So I'm wondering, like, if you can tell us a little bit more of like what you were thinking and see what things were you trying, because right now it didn't look like you tried at all. But thank you for listening. I agree. We need to hear more from our Latino community, our African American community, everyone, right? That's what makes our district special. I want to stay here. I want to be proud of this learning community, and I don't want to do the bare minimum and just check boxes and just say we're going to meet the required by law. I don't want to be at that kind of school. I want to be at a school where, you know, you just hear great things and it's like, no, I want my kids to go to that school, and I know you do too. So I think we need to think of different solutions, and I'll continue teaching my students about their rights and their voices, and just continue there.
Hello, my name is Moises Rico. I was at the Zoom last meeting, and I mentioned to you about a brochure that I received from Blue Shield, California. And it says, check in on you, all of you. Taking care of your health isn't just physical. Your emotional well-being needs attention too. It's deeply connected to your overall health. Anxiety, depression, other mental health concerns are more common than you might think. They can happen at any age and negatively affect physical health and quality of life. Screen early and often. Behavioral health screening helps spot signs of mental health issues. They are typically done through a short questionnaire, so they talk about that. But they mention it's extra important for kids ages 8 to 18. These years are full of physical changes, social pressures, and emotional challenges, so it's critical to screen regularly. Plus, when young people learn about their mental health and how to support it, they tend to do better in school, have a more positive outlook, lay the foundation for a healthy future. And if I was to add, they attend school more often. And if a student doesn't come to school, well, it probably impacts the budget, imagine. This is a brochure, this research by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, U.S. Department of Education, Office of Special Education and Rehabilitation Services. They mentioned mental health matters. One of the things that comes up here is like when you're ready for a little support, consider therapy. Get help from a trained provider if you're feeling down, overwhelmed, or like you're struggling. One of the things that's proposed here is to cut mental health therapists too. Mental health 1 and 2 provide specialty mental health services, and the proposed in this budget is to cut the most qualified or trained, respect to all my colleagues. At one point, I was unlicensed as well. I'm a central licensed clinician, and sometimes when you're providing services to students, you need that experience and the specialty. There are a lot of other great colleagues here that are providing counseling, but that might not be their specialty. And when you cut the highest qualified individuals, well, that just impacts the students with the highest needs. I could tell you, for example, sometimes working with those students that have chronic suicidal thinking. When I was unlicensed, that was very concerning, and I was like, what am I going to do? I could send them to the hospital all the time. And that's very traumatic when you send a student to the hospital. And in schools, if you have qualified individuals, you could prevent that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go online now to, we'll start with Carla Lobo. Go ahead. Carla Lobo. There you are. Go ahead.
Thank you. My apologies. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm a parent. Started at Foothill. Shout out to Ortiz. Without these cultures and communities, you're disrupting an environment and a safe one. This plan needs to be stated plainly. It preserves the salaries and positions of top-level administrators and cabinet leadership who earn six figures or up to six figures, while placing the bulk of the financial strain on student services, educators, classified staff, and ground-level management. This is not how fiscally responsible organizations operate. In any financial responsible setting, when there is a structural deficit, the process starts at the top. Leadership compensation, administrative structure, and cabinet positions are examined first because they hold the largest impact. Only after meaningful reductions at the top should cuts affect staff at the ground level. Declining enrollment and expiration of one-time funds are not valid excuses to gut services from the bottom up. Best practices in school finance caution that one-time or non-reoccurring funding should not be used for ongoing costs, and leaders must plan for the eventual sunset of temporary revenue before making permanent cuts. Yet this plan does the opposite. While documents mention limited management reductions, the immediate impact falls on teachers, classified staff, mental health professionals, school psychologists, and ground level management, the very people who carry the day-to-day operations of our schools. These are the meat and potatoes of education. I also want to emphasize that we cannot and must not start cuts with the most vulnerable students, including those in special education, at any school site. To sit here and say that some school sites will be compromised or that the lives of the most at-risk students will bear the first impact is unacceptable. Every child, especially those with the highest needs, must be prioritized. Even without a charter district, students and educators are the first to absorb the cuts. This shows the issue was never truly about protecting classrooms. It is about preserving the existing power and compensation structure. This creates a serious trust issue. Many educators struggle financially, and classified staff are only paid once a month and already stretched thin. When leadership's earning substantially more is shielded from sacrifice, while frontline workers and students bear the burden, the community is being asked to accept inequity as financial necessity. Presenting this plan as though all options are exhausted without first making the hardest cuts at the top is misleading. Real financial oversight begins with leadership accountability. Until that happens, any plan that starts by cutting student services, support staff, or vulnerable student programs cannot be.
Thank you. Okay, we'll, uh-oh, what happened? There were other hands raised and now they're gone. There they are. They came back. We'll go now to Olivia Castro. Go ahead.
Good evening. I've been a teacher for 28 years, and I've probably taught at Seaside High in the special education department for 7 years now. And I just wanted to speak in support of the team that's been providing mental health services to students in our district. I hope it's not too repetitive after all these amazing speakers, but I'll just forge ahead with what I had planned. First of all, it's a privilege to work with these particular staff members. Their dedication is apparent from the hours they put in far beyond the limits of a school day, to the extra mile they go, sometimes literally to a student's home, to the connections they forge with students in crisis. This work takes time, and it takes energy, and it takes an emotional toll. Many of our students with or without IEPs need a more intense level of mental health services, and more are not even making it to school on a regular basis because of that. The team of mental health therapists and family services specialists we work with have made a tremendous impact in so many individuals' lives, connecting them with services, hearing them out, offering a safe space, and sometimes even walking the student to campus to build routines and confidence and get them back to school. Our engaging classroom instruction and the awesome sense of community on campus, the camaraderie of a team or a club aren't accessible to students when they're not even on campus or in crisis. And the team who supports our students' mental health well-being ultimately supports their academic success and their sense of belonging as well. To pretend that it will remain manageable for school psychologists to see multiple students for counseling, assess students for hours, observe students on campus, write insightful reports with integrity, engage with school site teams, attend IEP meetings, and still truly listen to families' needs as the caseloads increase, it simply doesn't make sense. We cannot create more hours in the day than there already are. We cannot give more of ourselves in evenings and weekends than we already do. We cannot care less or give less than what the students deserve. So something will have to give, and it frightens me to think that what we'll give will either be the well-being of the students or of my valued team members. Enrollment's declining overall, but we're seeing an increase in students served in special education, especially needing these counseling services. And while COVID funding is ending, the need to support our most vulnerable students persists. So whether the rationale for saving these positions comes from the heart or from the need to stay in compliance and out of the courtroom, it's the right thing to do. And I hope we can hear some of those alternative solutions soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Kisha Ferguson. Go ahead.
Good evening, Board President Tom Jennings, Superintendent Diffenbaugh, members of the board, and members of the cabinet. My name is Keisha Ferguson, and I am one of the special education teachers that teaches the LEAP program at Marina High School. I'm currently completing my 10th year with MPUSD. We have come a really long way over the years, and I'm proud to be an employee within our district. I also graduated from our district as well. When I see the presentation, hear the reasoning behind it, and reflect on my daily experiences, there's a lot of emotions and wonderings I have. How can we say that our numbers for special education have increased and aren't increasing, but we're going to lay off psychologists that are already stretched extremely thin daily, probably every hour on the hour? How can we say that mental health is important and look at data that shows an increased need? In my past 5 years, I have experienced many more risk and threat assessments than I ever have, but consider laying off mental health therapists. I understand the situation we're in, but hope that there is consideration in all sections within the budget and all the impacts this will have on the most important stakeholders, our students. We've gone through difficult times before, and I'm confident we can do it again together. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Alexa Alvarez. Go ahead.
Good evening. I hope you can hear me okay. Yes, my name is Alexa Alvarez. I am a therapist at Martin Luther King School of Arts as of December. And I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but after hearing the presentation, I felt the need to. I appreciate the updated PowerPoint that was shared. From my perspective, though, it felt like we heard the same proposal again without a clear explanation of how this is going to work. Last time, several of us raised concerns about removing mental health positions and reducing staffing at school sites. Tonight, that same reduction was presented again, and I'm still not hearing a clear plan for how students' needs will be met with fewer therapists. If positions are being removed, what happens during a crisis when support isn't immediately available? How are the remaining staff expected to manage higher caseloads? What does this look like day to day? Those details really matter. This isn't just about numbers on a slide. It affects response time, consistency, and access to care for students who are already struggling. If this changes moving forward, I think it's important that there's more transparency about how it will be implemented and how the impact on students will be monitored. Right now, I'm not hearing that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Greta.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I know this is not an easy solution at all. And it like just even watching the Super Bowl and knowing how much money there is out there and how much money was spent in one weekend. And here we are as a school district struggling. It's wrong in every way. And I know that it's so important. Two things. One is just as a parent with my son in the district, yes, I'm a teacher as well, but knowing how much the supervisory assistants are out there at recess and how many kids are out there at one time. I mean, I'm just thinking how awful it would be to cut those positions even more. And I'm just thinking like safety wise, because there's always, like one of the people shared, those amazing people know every one of those students. Like the office calls, hey, someone's here to pick up this child. They have to go to the doctor's appointment, and they can look through 400 kids and find the one and send them back. That's amazing. And so that contact is so important. And just to think that if less of that, just for the safety of the kids. And then as a teacher, knowing there's so much drama that happens on the playground, no matter what age you are. And if that's not dealt with outside, it comes into the classroom. And even though it's already dealt with, we hear about it. And So that's huge. The question I have is just simple Google searches and looking on MPOC website. There's no organizational chart updated from after 22-23 school year of, you know, the placement of people. And so I was wondering, hoping that at least the board had access to that, but if that's a public thing that I would love to have access to. So hopefully that could be updated. And just also to echo the board members who are sharing, just that it would be awesome to have another opportunity, another option, at least to talk about, because these are huge decisions. And I'm so thankful I'm not in your shoes, but thank you guys for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Usually our time limit per item is 20 minutes. I think we've gone a little bit over that. We have another hand raised that just raised, so we will go now to Miguel Cruz. Go ahead.
Hi, sorry for raising my hand so last minute. I wasn't planning on talking, but I am Miguel Cruz. I'm a school psychology intern within the district, and I've had the unique experience this year of working across 4 different sites. And so I've had the experience of experiencing 4 different sites with a multitude of different needs and services that we are implementing. And I just want to express my worry for my colleagues for the following year. I'm very worried that for my colleagues who have to split sites, that we will move to a mode that's primarily compliance driven. And I'm very worried that we won't be able to provide these sort of tiered supports that are so necessary for our school systems. I am worried that if we can't provide these tiered supports, special education referrals will just go up. And I know you guys are, we're working towards a place where we can figure out a solution to all of these different items, but I just really urge you guys to look at the importance of having school psychologists within our district and having us fully staffed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to close that item. We're 2 hours and 15 minutes in to this. Give me 1 second. Into this item, and go ahead.
I'll make it quick. But just hearing the conversation we had, thinking of scenarios, would like to offer 2 possible scenario solutions to be considered. One of which is maybe looking into a multi-partnering funding support with local cities or county support. I would recommend looking into the Woodland Joint Unified and Woodland City. They have a really cool community schools model for holistic support, so maybe that could be something we could learn from. And then another scenario, not ideal, but what does $1 funds look like? I know it's not ideal, but it gives us 1 more year to support our students and families and find additional opportunities potentially through grant applications. And we can use the presentation from today to highlight our narrative as a leading district in the state to be competitive for those grants. Just 2 scenarios for us to maybe look into. I just wanted to give some options. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to bring it back to the board, obviously, for last comments. Thank you. Anything? Nothing. Okay, Dr. Lusk. You already went. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Hernandez. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question was, when making these cuts on staff, were there any consideration implemented into cutting other aspects / opportunities that won't directly affect students? Also, is there a possibility of making an alternative plan regarding the cutting of staff who are directly incorporated into student lives? As previously mentioned, cutting programs or items that are not working effectively for our students to conserve these staff who are student-focused. And that's it.
Thank you. Ms. Dickerson.
No.
Thank you. Sorry, it's not Dickerson, it's Dirksen. I apologize. Okay. All right. So I'm going to close that item. You guys good with that?
Can I say a few words?
Dr. Diffenbaugh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank everyone for their public comments tonight and the manner in which people represented themselves and their departments and the work that's being done. You know, I think that I'm very proud of our district. I'm very proud of what we've built. And so I just want to acknowledge and thank people for participating. I don't, in terms of kind of just process-wise, we presented at the last board meeting, and then we did 2 virtual town halls, which were not very well attended. So my thought is we still needed to get more widespread community feedback before I was ready to bring any alternatives forward. It's very clear that people want to see alternatives, and I think that that's fair. But to just give you a sense of kind of my thinking was we were still in the feedback gathering stage, both tonight and tomorrow, before I felt like we had ample enough time to hear everyone's feedback in order to make an alternative plan. I appreciate the desire for different solutions, and we can certainly try, and that's our responsibility, and we will do so. What I don't believe we can do is to not take action and to just push out with the hope that things will be different in the future. That's often what districts do when they start to get into real financial trouble, is to hesitate to make difficult decisions with the hope that enrollment will go up, or the hope that a partnership will come, or a hope that a grant will come, you know, et cetera. I don't think we can base our future financial state on hope. I think that we need a concrete action. In terms of timing, we definitely can add a board meeting to the agenda. My recommendation is that we do one in between the 24th and the 10th, because taking action on the 10th would really only leave 3 days for HR to do all the stuff they need to do in order to notify people by the deadline. And so I do think action would be needed by the 2nd or the 3rd. I think the 3rd. I think that would be a good timeline. That gives an opportunity to have the public meeting tomorrow. If we can do other additional public meetings, that's to get feedback, that's also fine. That gives the 24th as another opportunity to present and get feedback. And then we can have another public meeting if that's desired between the 24th and the 2nd. But I think what I'm want to be transparent about is, you know, we are in a difficult financial situation, and decisions that will need to be made will be challenging and will be difficult to make. I don't foresee a scenario where we can reduce $4 million from our budget and everyone's happy and everyone feels like we did everything right. I don't foresee that as a possible solution. So we will be faced with a solution where no matter what is decided, no matter how many options are given, there will be individuals who feel like that won't be supportive of that decision. And that, unfortunately, is the situation that we are in. But in terms of meetings, we can have as many meetings as the board would like. But my strong recommendation is we do not postpone what needs to happen in order for us to be put on a financial situation. The last thing I'd say is we're in current negotiations with CSEA for this year and for teachers for next year. The cuts we are proposing is for this year. So we need to be cognizant of delaying any reductions does complicate any future revenue and enhancements in terms of anything that's negotiated. So that needs to be, paramount as well. So, but I've heard, it's very clear tonight that people don't think the plan as presented is the right plan, and that's good feedback and certainly something that we need to take into account. I hear clearly that people want an alternative or alternatives to that, options B or C or more. And I also hear that people want more meetings to be able to give feedback on those plans. And I think we can do all of that and still be in a position where on March 2nd, decisions about reductions can be made. So that's certainly as a staff, our intention, and we will continue to work on it and put as many hours in as necessary for the board to be in a position where you all feel like you have had the input that you desire, that the community has had the opportunity to give input as they desire, and that you're in a position where you're ready to make a decision despite how difficult that decision could be. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Diffenbach. Okay, one more shot for the board. Dr. Lusk.
Thank you, President Jennings. Just to clarify a few things that I think I've heard from our superintendent. First and foremost, we know that we must make a decision. I think that's very clear to each of us as board members tonight. I'm speaking for myself specifically, but I think other board members realize the same. So did I hear, Dr. Diffenbaugh, that after we complete the in-person meeting tomorrow night, a possible plan B, C, whatever, could be brought back to the February 24th meeting, and then to allow the Human Resource Department to have the time needed to properly meet the guidelines that are mandatory for us to notify staff that perhaps we could have the final decision made at a March 3rd meeting rather than the March 10th meeting. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Yes, and if there's additional meetings desired by the board, we can have in terms of community meetings between tomorrow's and the 24th. Okay. We can have that as well.
All right, thank you. I think it's critical that we as a board stay within the guidelines and the timeline that will enable our Human Resource Department to appropriately notify those staff members that need to be notified. I'll just leave it at that. So I'm going to propose, board colleagues, that we officially make the decision on March 3rd at a meeting that we need to add or not add, or since we only have one in March, it's really left up to us as a unit to decide how we want to do that. But it sounds like March 3rd would be the date that's needed to enable our human resource team to make the decision and notify the appropriate staff. Thank you. That's my proposal, that we do March 3rd.
Thank you. Everybody good with March 3rd? Yeah? Okay. All right. So, okay, thank you. We good? Everybody you got one more thing? Go ahead.
I just want to point out town halls, public meetings are a privileged space, and that is due often to, I mean, we're lucky to see some parents in this room tonight who probably are working parents. Working parents, kids, teachers. Coming to public meetings that are at a set time isn't always feasible, and that's why I favored the, asynchronous survey approach, which could complement public meetings. So I just want to throw that out there. It's true across all elected bodies, whether it's city council, board of supervisors, any level of government. And I just want to make sure we get as much input as we can, and not just open-ended, but presenting options. So feedback on options rather than just general feedback. That's what I feel is important here.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Go ahead. Follow up.
Follow up. Board colleague Sanders, you're proposing that we do that staff will take the opportunity to do a survey too? I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
Yeah, to clarify, yes, if we come up with, say, options B, C, D, and E between now and our next meeting, I would love to see those distributed in a manner that they can be digested and given feedback at the leisure of staff and faculty in the district, not just at public meetings, because not everybody can make it to those.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we are going to move on, try to get through the rest of this agenda. I saw a lot of heads nodding, so, yeah, so I think we're clear on that. I'll work with the superintendent and we'll get stuff worked out.
Just wanted to make it official.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
We got it. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move now to superintendent's report.
Okay. All right. I have a number of reports. This February is Career Technical Education Month, so we're honoring and highlighting our career technical education pathways. We had a meeting of the JPA of all districts, Mission Trails JPA, and we were able to host, and we hosted it at the Portola? Plaza, at the Plaza Hotel, and many of our students were there to present, whether it was culinary, drama, construction trades. It was very well received by our colleagues across the county. So that was certainly a highlight, and it was great to be able to do it in line with Career Technical Education Month. Wanted to, again, put forward the District English Language Advisory Committee, the DLAC, forward the dates. So our next one is March 11th. It's at Martin Luther King School of the Arts, so we encourage everyone to attend. Also wanted to highlight the town hall tomorrow. This is in person, and we'll have Spanish translation at Seaside High School tomorrow, February 11th at 5 p.m. Wanted to also highlight upcoming MPUSD MPC dual enrollment information nights. And so there's one for the Seaside community at Seaside Middle School, and then a district-wide as well. And this will really highlight the really exciting dual enrollment opportunities that we have across our district. District Art Show will be coming Thursday, March 5th, right here at the District Services Center. And so this is an exciting opportunity for us to showcase the arts across the district. So pretty excited about that. This is the second one, and last year's was truly remarkable. So we're very excited to build on that. March 7th is our teacher recruitment fair. So it will be a Saturday, March 7th here, also at the District Services Center. So anyone interested in being a teacher, or if you know someone you think would be interested, please send them our way. We'll be able to do interviews right there on the spot. And we are especially looking for hard-to-staff positions such as special education, math, and science, but obviously are open to others as well. This is a video we made. As you'll see later on in the agenda, we have a resolution for Black History Month, but wanted to give a highlight here of one of the videos we've done for each of our traditional high schools, but we want to give you a snippet of that.
Hello, my name is Paris Charles, and I am a senior at Monterey High School. Black History Month means to me is highlighting Black excellence that came before me and acknowledging my ancestors and the obstacles that they overcame. But it is also about just celebrating my culture and being unapologetically Black.
Hello, my name is Jamal Jones. I'm a junior at Monterey High. Black History Month is very important to this day because it can recognize our past and ancestors, and it can also show us our education and give us many ways to look back at it.
So again, we highlighted Monterey High here, but we've done that video for our other schools as well. We'll be sharing on social media. So that's my report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Diffenbaugh. Okay, we now move conference discussion and action. Discuss and adopt Resolution 25/26-14 proclaiming February 2026 as Black History Recognition Month.
Yes, thank you. So as mentioned, February is Black History Month. We have a resolution before you tonight. And this year's national theme is African Americans and the Arts, and it highlights the transformative and enduring influence of African American artists, musicians, writers, dancers, actors, filmmakers, designers, and culture bearers who creatively have shaped global culture and expand the American artistic landscape. So that's the theme nationally. Locally, you know, our theme this year is honoring the past, shaping the future. And I think it fits really nicely into Black History Month of really uplifting the rich history and contributions of African Americans within our own community, and celebrating their contributions to the district and to the community at large. So this resolution is before you tonight for your consideration.
Okay, this is an action item. Is there a motion, Dr. Lusk?
Yes, thank you, President Jennings. I'd like to, as I before making the motion, I'd like to just acknowledge the theme, honoring the past, shaping the future. And I want to just share with my board colleagues, you know, a few names of past board members that truly shaped the future of this Monterey Peninsula Unified School District Board of Trustees. Helen Rucker, a name that we all know so very well. Winnie Chambliss, who is another name that we know well. Mr. Brown, who was one of the first board members for MPUSD. And another one is Janice, whose last name, Lewis, who was, again, the board member that I recall so well. These women and men truly provided leadership at this board level to shape the future of the students that maybe not the students that we are now serving, but their parents and their grandparents. And I just wanted to acknowledge them and all the phenomenal teachers that we have, Lucille Stanifer, Myrtle Duffel, and that we've had in the past, and move that we truly adopt the resolution number 25/26-14. Thank you.
Okay, have a motion? Mr. Uchida.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to add before I second, Alana Miles and all her contributions. So many
Thank you.
prominent people, but
Yes.
we do need to recognize her
Alana,
contributions.
yes, absolutely. I pulled that out of my
I
head,
know.
so thank you for helping me.
And I do
Okay.
second.
Okay.
Have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Trustee Uchida. Anything further? Oh, need public comment too, huh? Thank you. Anything further from the board? All right, we'll go to public comment real quick before we call for a vote. Any public comment on this item? Okay, nobody in person and nobody online, so I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. All right, next is discuss and adopt Resolution 25/26-15, designating authorized agent to sign orders effective February 2026 to December 2026. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, this is something that comes before every year. I don't know if Mr. Altemeyer, if you want to touch on this, but this comes before the board every year to authorize different signatures, whether it's be for grant awards or bank statements or checks or those types of things. So I'll have Mr. Altemeyer elaborate.
Yeah, good evening, board. Usually you do approve this once every year, but if staffing changes happen, we need to take off certain signers and add additional signers on. So that's what you're doing this evening. We had some changes in staffing, so we need to reauthorize this resolution for the signers.
Okay. Board, are there any questions on this item? Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Ofstettle and a second from Trustee Vice President Miramontes. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 6-0. Okay, discuss and ratify amendment number 1 for McKim Design Group for Campus Modernization Phase 1 project at Marina Vista Elementary School. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, thank you. I'll turn this over to Mr. Altemeyer.
Thank you. This is, as mentioned, Amendment 1 for the McKim architectural contract. The reason for the increase is the scope for the overall project has increased by about $1.3 million. So the additional scope requires additional services from the architect, and so we're amending the contract to account for that additional work.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, any questions from the public? Okay, seeing none, I'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Have a motion from Trustee Ofstettle and a second from Vice President Miramontes. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 6-0. Okay, discuss and approve replacement of existing outdated school radios with a modern standardized industrial radio communication system. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, this will also, yes, this will also be for Mr. Altemeyer.
Thank you. I know the title didn't sound, amazing, but this has been a project that's been in the works for a couple of years. So the radios that the school sites use to communicate throughout the campus, they're in various different stages of age and how they work. So this was standardized across the board with a platform that allows us to integrate with overall district radios that we have. So we have emergency radios at the district level that we use for certain things. So this puts us on a consistent platform, gets the radios where they need to be, and it provides the sites the quantities that they need, and so they'll all be up to date. And so again, we're excited to have this, so thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Lusk and Mr. Uchida knows about the radio systems. Okay, is there any comment from the board on this one? Go ahead, Mr. Uchida. See, I almost did it again.
I like that title. Thank you very much. Not every school is listed on here though, right? There's a reason?
Yeah, we did a pilot program with some of the campuses, so they've already been rolled out.
And these are much, the way it sounds is, I mean, you're updated to very state-of-the-art kind of, and it also enables easier access then to a more like a cell phone type of?
Kind of. So some of the problems with the radios now is they're not powerful enough if you have a large campus. So these radios are powerful enough that they'll reach, like CISA High, for example. If you're way down on the football field, you'll be able to get an administrator at the front office. That was one of the challenges we were facing. So these radios have that capability. They're much more powerful. They're on a licensed frequency. In addition to that, they have the capability of tying into the district-wide system using some of the other commercial-grade equipment that we have. So it's a more robust system than we currently have.
And that would be used in the event of something that Dr. Diffenbaugh needs to get to sites. He can easily, instead of using the cell phone and calling, is to access this type of apparatus?
Yes, we have that currently. Not all the radios. It's kind of a hierarchy of radios. So administration at the school site will have the radios that can have the two-way communication with the district level, while the staff at the site level have two-way communication with their administrator.
Very, very good.
Okay. Anything else from the board on this one? Okay, I'll go public comment on this item. All right, seeing none, I'll come back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from trustee Uchida and a second from trustee Ostettel. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 6-0. Discuss and approve purchase and installation of play structure equipment at Marina Child Development Center.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Altemeyer.
Sure. As it's outlined here, we are replacing the play structure equipment at Marina Child Development Center. The cost is funded through the preschool program, so it's no general fund impact. Well, there's a slight general impact, I should say, of around $26,000, but the bulk of it is through the preschool program.
Okay. Any questions from the board on this item?
Can I ask?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Uchida.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that's going to replace existing equipment that's there?
That's correct.
Yeah. Because I think location and the scope of the playground is very important as we move forward.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Any questions or comments from the public on this item? Okay. Seeing none, come back to the board. Is there a motion for this item?
I'll move motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
Have a motion from Vice President Miramontes and a second from Trustee Ostettel. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 6-0. Okay, discuss and select candidate for CSBA Delegate Assembly. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, so exciting for us. Each year, board members elect representatives from across the 21 geographic areas to the CSBA's Delegate Assembly. And we have our very own trustee Miramontes as the sole candidate for Region 9B. And so this is for the board to make the recommendation. And this will also go to other boards across Region 9B, and then once tallied, go up to CSBA for their process to ratify this position. So very excited and to be able to bring a familiar name forward.
Okay, any questions from the board on this item? Dr. Lusk.
No question, but just want to add to what our superintendent has shared. This Region 9 consists of 7 delegates, and this young lady has served us several years now, over the past years as a delegate. And she has assisted in laying a foundation to ensure that our association really reflects the opinions of the districts and the county that Region 9 represents. I want to applaud her for that. Her focus has always been keeping the community connected and focus on meeting the needs of all children. And that's what the Delegate Assembly truly is about. It's the decision-making body for the California School Boards Association, which is a corporate association. And so with that being said, if no other board members have comments, I would like to officially nominate her to be our candidate for the CSBA Delegate Assembly.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll keep it brief, but I was so ready to run against somebody. I had my statements ready. I was going to go across the Tri-County area and then really okay, it's going to be the year. And it's just me again. So, I mean, I can't complain. So definitely just excited. I will recuse myself. I think that's probably the best approach for this item. And excited to continue serving and do the good work. Thank you.
Okay.
I wholeheartedly second the motion. Vice President Miramontes is doing what needs to be done. And I am proud, speaking for myself, of the effort that she puts forward on behalf of our students. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public? All right. Seeing none, I have a motion from Dr. Lusk and a second from Trustee Uchida. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Now I got to get my math right. 501. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move to consent agenda. Items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Education in one motion. There's no discussion of these items before the board vote unless a member of the staff, board, or public requests specific items be discussed and/or removed from the consent agenda. It's understood that the administration recommends approval of all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by the members of the governing board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. Board, are there any items on the consent agenda you'd like pulled for further information? Okay, how about anybody from the public? Any items on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, I'll come back to the board. Is there a motion for the consent agenda?
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Ofstedel and a second from Vice President Miramontes. Anything further? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 6-0. Okay, on to information items. Discuss and review board policy and administrative regulation 1445, response to immigration enforcement. Dr. Diffenbaugh.
Yes, as you all know, we generally follow the process of bringing policies to the Board Policy Committee. Every now and then we receive an update that isn't in line with our cycle, that does have a urgency about it, and then we bring it straight to the board. So these policies are brought forward tonight because they need to be passed prior to March 1st. So they're information tonight and then bring for action at the next board meeting. They all have to do with updates and model policy language regarding immigration and schools' obligations to support families and make changes to the existing policy. So I'll give an overview of some of the changes that are outlined. In terms of first, this model policy previously The policy generally prohibited districts and county offices of education from soliciting or collecting information or documents regarding citizenship or immigration status of their students. Under this amended, the revised model policy states that district and county office staff, to the extent practical, are also prohibited from disclosing or providing in writing, verbally, or any other manner to an immigration officer or employee student records or any information about the student, personal records, or any district employee. The exceptions to this include when the district or county office is required to provide this information or documents by state or federal law in order to administer a state or federally supported education program, or based on a valid judicial subpoena, judicial warrant, or court order. It also updates access to students and sites. Previously, the policy did not impose any restrictions in this area, and as a result, districts or county offices were free to adopt policies governing whether or when staff could give permission to an immigration officer or employee to interview or otherwise interact with a student on campus. Previously, similarly, districts and county offices were free, at least under Education Code, to adopt policies governing whether or when staff could give permission to an immigration officer or employee to enter the campus. Under these amended versions, the revised policy language no longer has flexibility for districts and county offices of education. More specifically, districts and county offices of education are prohibited from granting an immigration officer or employee access to a student or permission to enter any school or school-provided transportation, such as a school bus, or any non-public area of school property or any non-public area of a school-sponsored activity. The exceptions to this prohibition include when a district or county office is required to provide access or permission to enter by state or federal law in order to administer a state or federally supported education program, or based on a valid judicial subpoena, judicial warrant, or court order. Finally, in terms of immigration information of the public, previously the Education Code required districts and county offices to provide information to families regarding the right to free and public education regardless of immigration status, and the Know Your Rights handouts produced by the Attorney General. Under this amended version and the policy language, districts and county offices are required to post the updated Know Your Rights documents in all district administrative buildings and on the district website and in each school. Those gives you an overview of these updates, and you know, we're proud that we have already trained our folks on these protocols, already posted the Know Your Rights documents in our schools and on our website. And this language, I think, will just fortify it in district policy as well.
All right, any questions or comments from the board on this item? Okay, Dr. Danggummit. Mr. Uchida.
I'm going to go back to school and get my doctorate.
You should.
Just a question. How are we disseminating this information to parents?
Yeah, so we've included it in our weekly communication that goes out. Additionally, myself and Isai, who helped, created a video that we sent out on Parent Square to all families, as well social media, and had sites send it out to their families as well, that just kind of went over the Know Your Rights documents and showed the posters, et cetera. So those are the ways that we've done it. Also, obviously, we're training our staff so that when they are able to hear parent concerns, they're able to respond appropriately to them, particularly around the sharing of information that sometimes is a concern, or the collection of information that sometimes is a concern, to reassure our families that, you know, we do not collect information regarding immigration status, and we do not share information, and they have rights protected. So those are more informal ways of sharing, should it come up with a principal or a counselor or front office staff.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the board? Trustee Hofstadter.
Being from Minnesota, I focused on the part of the information that talked about when the agents ignore the need for judicial warrants or court orders, because that is happening a lot in Minnesota. So I'd like to request or suggest maybe an action plan or conversation with staff about what to do if that happens. Can they call 911? Can they, you know, we have our schools secured for gun violence. Can they secure their doors if they hear on the radios that we're getting that immigration is coming to campus? What actions can they do without violating that? It just feels weird that if they invade a school site that they're not supposed to, that our staff and students are suggested to submit. Not that I want our staff to put their bodies in the way of agents, but just some action ideas to help them prepare for a very traumatic experience.
Yes, I mean, I can tell you what we've trained them on so far, is to, you know, clearly state you're not permitted, but to not physically try to interfere, to take down any information that you can, in terms of badge numbers, names, you know, those types of things, to obviously alert their principal, alert the superintendent's office, in which we would call for, you know, legal support. If they do feel that students are in danger, then they can, you know, obviously call 911. But we're wanting to ensure that they don't put themselves in between, and that if something like that were to happen, that we're getting as much information as we can and following up after the fact. I know that that's not, maybe not an answer that is satisfying, but that's what we have been, in terms of the Attorney General's guidance, trained to provide to our staff.
I have one more thing. And then a request that if/when immigration comes to the area with a higher concentration, that the information that you and Isai just created gets sent out again, just for a refresher and a veil of comfort or support from the district to our families and staff.
100%, and we'll try to not wait for that, you know, to continuously try to find different ways to assure our families that we're doing everything within our power to ensure that our campuses remain safe. So we will definitely do that.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Just want to thank everybody for their suggestions and comments for tonight. I also support and agree with all those responses. I am a member for the Monterey County Immigration Force, so ensuring that we're not having a lot of things happening within our county is great to see that support across the county. I just want to really encourage folks to continue to check their websites for that. And then for anyone that's interested in like just direct social needs, they can also reach out to me, because there are some great local community organizations that are hosting direct community coalitions to support with circles and emotional support that we may not be able to see or provide across the different areas that we serve. Definitely agree in regards to supporting parents to understand this. Once the policies get updated and stuff like that, like how we, you know, provide that information to our community and our parents, agree with that. but I did want to suggest too, also our students and supporting them, you know, they're hearing a lot, and what ways can we support them, whether it's through circles, community engagement, something they can do within their classroom with their teachers, or our mental health services, right? So I wanted just to uplift that. I really thank the Spanish-speaking mothers that came out tonight. And so knowing that more of our communities are being brave enough to come to these meetings and be here in this space with us. So just making sure that we're being authentic in our communication to meet their needs and their culture. And then also seeing maybe our community coordinators, if they've done some great work with our families, and they do some really good hand-on engagement, like mini events or things like that. Maybe there's something we could do around immigration. And then I know we have our new podcast that has come out, which has been really, I listened to the first one. It was really great about chronic absenteeism. Maybe we can have a guest host with Isai and maybe a professional around school immigration policy where we can do like an interview in Spanish. I would recommend and really encourage that it be directly in Spanish with folks that can then do translation in English for anybody that wants to be there. I think that'd be just a really cool podcast. I would totally watch it. But yeah, so just thank you guys for everything that you're doing and supporting this difficult time.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody else? All right. Anything from the public on this item? Okay. Seeing none. This is an information item. Is there anything else from the board on it? I just want one last opportunity. All right. Okay, so we'll now move on to communication from board members. Board communications are an opportunity for board members to share with the public events, activities, and other communications they deem relevant to the public. It's understood that the items raised during board communication section are not on the adopted agenda, and therefore no further discussion will occur on any items board members share. So I'm going to start over here on my left. Trustee Dirksen, any communication?
Yes, so I'd like to share a few items this evening. First, I want to congratulate Monterey High School's mock trial team, which you heard about a little bit earlier, which I had the privilege of being a part of. In just a few months, we developed strong courtroom routines, competed against multiple schools, and built a meaningful presence representing MPUSD. I'd also like to recognize our most recent team, which served as a defense and competed tonight against Palma. I'm incredibly proud of the dedication, growth, and professionalism shown by our students. I would also like to congratulate Monterey High School's We the People team, which I was also involved in for participating at the state level last week. After months of preparation, we represented MPUSD again with excellence, demonstrating a deep understanding of civic engagement and the systems that govern our country. We were actually one of the only junior high school teams competing against mostly seniors, and we fully rose to the challenge in discussions with esteemed judges like chiefs of police departments, former judges. I want to sincerely thank the school and the district for supporting these programs and for investing in the teachers who make these opportunities possible. So a special thanks to Monterey High School's Miss A and Mr. Harbour for their dedication to these programs, and to Principal Newton for his leadership and immediate support in ensuring these teams could thrive. And then finally, upcoming later this month, I prepare to attend the NACO, the National Association of Counties Organization, conference in Washington, D.C., under Monterey County Supervisor Askew. I will be speaking before a health subcommittee about the need for stronger mental health support for students in our district, which is why I was writing, a lot of notes tonight. I will have the opportunity to hear directly from the president and from United States senators, as well as meet and engage in conversations with the national leaders. I look forward to bringing back what I learn, opening more doors for discussions, student voices, and larger policy, and continue to strengthen my ability to advocate effectively for our students. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Sanders.
Sure, real quick. One of the other hats I wear is as the executive director of the Opportunity Housing Trust, a community land trust based in Monterey County with the mission of stewarding affordable housing by acquiring land and making sure that the homes on it stay affordable in perpetuity. We are making our first acquisition probably in the spring here of 11 homes that have been under the Una Nueva Esperanza CLT for the last 25 years, but need a new administrative home. So we're merging their CLT into ours to ensure that those homeowners have the support they need, and if they choose to sell their homes, that those homes go to other income qualified buyers. So it's our first acquisition and hopefully the first of many.
Awesome. Mr. Uchida.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a real quick, attended the meeting, the CTE JPA. Just like to shout out to Tony Sanchez and the great work. If you were to see some of the demonstrations and performances, you see how having a program that's robust and seeing students just, the drama kids, the students that were there were, you could tell they're drama students connected to the school, and how important it is that we have these programs and continued supporting of them. So great work, other people too, but it's really worth all our efforts. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Uchida. Vice President Miramontes.
Yes, I have a couple, my watch just went off on my bedtime alert, so
Yeah,
I'm going to
mine
try
went
to
off a
make it
while ago.
quick. But I attended last Friday the Bright Spot Celebration Strategic Plan Reveal. MPUSD was awarded for Seaside High and their graduation rates, so it's great to have our vice principal come and speak great words about us and the great work that we're doing, so just kudos to that. And then just wanted to share that the organization I work at, Milpa, is having a fundraiser. Please check us out on Instagram. We have worked in the district in the past and served a lot of great students, and now our goal right now is to raise $4 million to purchase property to be able to take youth and students, family, community out to land and connect back to nature. So we're going to have a lot of great dignitaries there at this event, and if you'd like to come and support, we'd love to have you there. It is going to be a pachanga dance-style fun event. So and that's Friday, February 27th, 3:30 to 6:30 at Digital Nest in Salinas. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Dr. Lusk.
Thank you. Quickly, because it's 10:15. Anyway, I'd like to just acknowledge our superintendent for his leadership in our February 4th HBCU College and Career Fair. So I'm acknowledging him, but I want to, and she just left the room, the lady that we really want to celebrate is his administrative assistant. There she comes. Let's give her a big round of applause. Janet Ash did a superb job in coordinating the HBCU fair, and I know that you are already aware that scholarships were awarded in the amount of $953,852. Not as much as we would like, right, Dr. Diffenbaugh? So we have some ideas for next year, because this was kind of the smallest amount of scholarships that we have awarded in these 3 years. So we look forward to our next expo. Final thing is, please, I would stress to each of you colleagues that if you have the time on February 23rd, Monday, February 23rd, and you just can't wait to hear more about finance, school finance, please go to the MCOE dinner that Chris Reef is our CSBA Legislative Director. He is absolutely a guru in finance and Proposition 98 and is very well connected. So I just recommend highly that you would share with Janet your interest in going. And thank you again, Janet, for our binder. This is truly helpful, and we now know what we're talking about with our great list, okay? List of acronyms. Thank you.
Yes, I enjoy reading the acronyms too.
I did.
Trustee Hofstadter.
I went to the Monterey High production of And Then There Were None. I really enjoyed going to that very small theater and seeing what these students continue to create. But this one was, as we heard, student-led production, and those are just always a little extra special, so just wanted to shout them out.
Okay. Now we'll move to board request. Board requests are an opportunity for board members to request future items to be added to the agenda by the agenda setting committee, or to request information to be provided by the superintendent or a designee to the board at a future date and time. It's understood that these items raised during the board request section are not on the adopted agenda, and therefore no further discussion will occur. So I'm going to start on my right this time. Trustee Ofstedel, any board request? Dr. Lusk, any board request? Vice President, any board request?
Just one. I'm definitely really excited to see the mothers come out and speak for public comment in Spanish, and thank you, Isai, for the translation. I do want to be mindful of our public comment time limit, so I know there is a translation that takes time, so do we want to cap it at 6? Maybe something we can discuss in a future board meeting for just those that come and speak a different language, to ensure that they do have time, but also make it fair for everybody else that also only gets 3 minutes and stuff like that. So just wanted to suggest maybe a conversation around that, and we can decide what that would look like.
Can I just
Yeah.
point one thing out? I was noticing, I believe it was this tonight, maybe it wasn't tonight, but last meeting, that when there was, or last meeting or meeting before, when there was translation, they were stopping the timer.
Oh, good. Thank you.
So
That works.
that way they got
I face
their-
this way, so I never see
they
the
would
timer.
get their 3 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, if we do that,
Okay.
that's fine.
Point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it was increased to 6 minutes.
Was it for the translation? Well, then I must not know what I'm talking about. You did it tonight.
We're test trying.
Okay, works for me too. All right, thank you. So now, Mr. Uchida? Mr. Sanders?
I would just like to get an update on the 7-Eleven committee formation process at some point soon.
Okay. Yeah, good, okay. Mr. Hernandez? Ms. Dirksen? Okay, awesome. Okay, we'll now move on to advanced planning. The next meeting is February 24th right here, but don't forget the in-person town hall tomorrow. And now we'll move to adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Trustee Sanders and a second from Vice President Miramontes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 6-0. We are adjourned. Thank you.